yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Yes, 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 yes. Good afternoon, my people. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, and happy new year. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan, and I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. It's our first show in the new year, and I'd like to thank all of you for your continued support and encouragement. What's the plan now that we're in a new year? The plan is to intensify our efforts in holding government accountable, but not only government. We have affiliated agencies as well. And because when we say government, we usually refer to members of parliament and the cabinet. And then, as you know, the cabinet, they're members of parliament. But we're talking about those government officials, but they're also affiliated agencies, and we need to hold them accountable as well. Um, Today, as you can see, who do I have with me here in studio? I have the lovely TT from recent primary care in Brooklyn, New York. And they're visiting. And so I asked them to stop in and just say a few words to all of you. And TT decided that, yeah, why not? It would be a good idea to come in and just greet the people and say hello and just talk about what, look at that. Somebody said she's so pretty. She is pretty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have TT just say a few words. She's not going to stay long. I'm trying to actually, Kevin had to kind of like convince her because they're actually on their way out. They're leaving. So we asked her to just stop by for a few minutes and say some greetings and a few things to you folks. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, TT.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Will, for having me. It's always a pleasure to stop by Studio Rattigan. All right. Happy New Year to everybody. Just wanted to greet everybody and said Happy New Year. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I'm always joining Reason with Rattigan as well. Just want to leave you guys with upon saying Happy New Year, a quick note to let you guys know this year, 2025, is the year, to start taking care of yourself. If you've considered doing it, if you've been, kind of leaving it behind a little bit, I'm here to encourage you to take care of your body, take care of your well-being, take care of your diet. And this is my word of encouragement to you. Take that leap to just take better care. I mean, last year we lost a lot of friends, families, loved ones, some of them to different health conditions that could have been, early intervention. Things could have been taken care of a bit sooner. So that's what I'm here to do. Upon doing so, I want to tell you a little bit of Risen Primary Care and the services that we offer. I am the office manager there. So when you call Risen, when you come into our office, I will be amongst your first line of contact. So you'll be speaking with me directly, maybe some of our other medical assistants and other staff, but you will be greeted in a way that, you know that you'll be part of our family. So some of the services that we provide, we do diabetes care, testosterone therapy, weight management. If this year you want to get your, blood sugar under control, weight under control, any of those things, and you just want some medical intervention, some advice thereof, you come check us out. We're located at 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P, and that is between New York Avenue and Avenue H, near Flatbush Junction area. And our phone number is 718-717-2278. So feel free to reach us out. We're also on Instagram, so check out our Instagram page. It's Risen PC. Come join us, come follow us. If you want to leave a comment, if we'll respond to you. We like a large family, and we welcome you to invite you to comment and just to stop by and say hi. Even if you want to do that and you don't want to seek any services as yet, we welcome that as well. Okay. All right. So we look forward to hearing from you and seeing you again. Our number is 718-717-2278. Thank you for having
Let me see
me.
if I can put it
Well,
in the chat. 718.
718-717-2278.
That's it. Right?
Again, our head practitioner have over 20 years of service in the medical field, and we've been serving the community for about 15 years. So we are very well versed and have seen a lot of different, situations, as much as pretty much what you would like for your primary practitioner or for any one of those services that we provide. So give us a call, okay?
And folks, don't forget the number is right there on the Reason with Rattigan. It's 718-717-2278. Again, it's 718-717-2278. So for those of you, because I know once the program, once we start moving, people are going to ask for the number. And I just, if you could just kindly point out the number to other folks so that I don't get distracted, just show them the number. And if you live in the neighborhood, you don't want to call, you just want to show up, as TT said. If you just want to show up and say hi and check out their facilities without seeking services, that's fine. And they're located at 3215 Avenue H, and that's at the corner of Avenue H and New York Avenue in Brooklyn. And it's Suite
1P.
1P. 1P. Don't forget that.
Also, I saw somebody mention it's within Flatbush Junction, close to Brooklyn College. Yes, it is close to Brooklyn College. All right. So thank you, Will, for having me. Always a pleasure to join Studio Rattigan.
Yeah, we love you.
All right, Kevin, you take care. You enjoy the rest of the day and the show. Stay tuned.
All right, thanks, TT.
You're welcome.
All right, folks. Yeah, that was a beautiful TT there. Beautiful and talented. She's the first person you're going to meet when you walk through the door. And what a person to meet, I'm telling you. She's absolutely fantastic. So again, don't forget, Recent Primary Care, 3215 Avenue H, Suite 1P, right at the corner of New York Avenue and Avenue H, about a block away from Flatbush Junction near Brooklyn College. Can't miss it. Check it out. Hey, who do we have here now? We have Jamaics at the control tower. Not Jamaics, yeah. And we have DJ Kevin Stu. Another place, people.
Greetings, and salutations.
Yes, first show, very first show for the year. And I'm excited, and I can't tell where I'm going to go over the moon. We get the material. We have so much. Those of you who looked at the promo, you see about 13 topics. And you said, my goodness gracious, them can't finish it. But look at it another way. Those are 13 things that you look at and you say, Ratted, yeah, let's talk about them things here. So we put them up to make you know, say, we're serious about it. Even if we don't get to it today, we will get to it. And we have a lot more. In fact, Kevin and Jamaics, this morning, 4:30, I was up doing ATIs.
Right.
So Ministry of National Security. And I think I did one also to the Governor General's office. I was up doing ATIs and at the same time reading some reports. And believe me, people, it is my distinct pleasure and honor to serve you by doing that, because sleep, no, it don't matter to me. This is more important. And so, like I tell you, I get up sometimes 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm just say, well, I'm going to go read something or do a report. And I look forward to doing it. This is my life now. This is my life. And I gracefully and gratefully take on the challenge of doing what I'm doing, get at least one person to come on board and say, of course we'll get, thousands. If I can get just one person, you know what? We must be right enough. And I'm not take a stand this year, 2025. Not take a stand and do something. We'll make a contribution. It might not be on the front line. It might not be protesting, but maybe I can help out the movement. I can help out the foundation. I can make a contribution. I can provide some research assistance. I can do something. So we're going to be reaching out to you to provide whatever assistance you can. But hear this now, you're the big but keep this in mind. We know that there will be infiltrators. We know that. They're going to send people over here to pretend and get involved and so that them can tell them what we are doing. But here's the thing. We don't care because no secret. We're not no secret. We're not no secret. Everything we are doing is above board. So if them want, the only thing they'll be able to do is tell them what we're planning to do. But we're good with that. Oh, Christopher, Lawman said the over 50 required. Hey, Christopher, I'm 49. Just want you to know that. Kevin, Jamaics, talk to the people.
Greetings, and salutations, everybody. Once again, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I missed you guys. It's good to be back. The one day that I was out, but you know, it go. Sometimes duty calls elsewhere, and we get called away. So, GM reggae music, bless up. Yeah, you know, special people in the everybody's special still, but you know, I go. She popped up and had to recognize Sharp Boss in the building. Jamaica, it's good to see you again, and
Brother, same here.
much love to you and the young genius coming up along the way.
True.
Yeah, man, because we speak things into being, you know. When we doubt it, we speak it into being, and we're not doubting that one. But we're back on track again. Tonight, 8 o'clock, when we get done with Reason with Rattigan, we shake with legs. You know, all who can shake them legs will wag a finger. Do something. Saturday stew, we get to bounce out, mix up things. And the Rebel will be back at midnight. I get to relax with the Rebel. Unfortunately, Mr. Wildman couldn't join us for us to rock out, but it's coming. It's coming. As Will stepped away. Just so that y'all know it's coming. All right. We're not it's not off the table. It's just moved to the side a little bit because he was called away to some other things. But the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew comes back on Monday, kicking off the new year. And I have a guest joining me, especially for those women who are looking to be entrepreneurs. We have a self-made entrepreneur who will be joining us on Monday on the night shift to DJ Kevin Stew. So that's 10 p.m. on kevinstew.com. You don't want to miss that either. All right? We're back in swing. Not that we really stopped in about. We're back in swing. New year, new things. Some of the same old things to make things new. Jamaica, so you stay.
Blessings, man. It's good to see you again. Happy New Year to you and your family. And again, as you said, New Year, same old mindset, holding people accountable, building a better Jamaica for we and for the future to come. And to everybody in the comment section, big up on yourself and thank you for the love that you constantly show me. And somehow my TikTok family are over here, you know, Mr. Rattigan, as I tell you. We're going
nice.
Amandla.
Pick up Mr. Mashayeli. Yeah. But
Yeah.
Definitely, it's always a pleasure to come and learn from our extended family in the diaspora and to build that bridge and to fill that gap, that void that has always been there. And never take it for granted to tell the diaspora members that you are the one actually financing the Jamaican system or economic system, the people same way. And we love and appreciate you. And we look forward to the future when you get a big seat at the table and able to point some fingers, not to point for rule, but to point to show the way. And we welcome that. So welcome everybody. I am here for the discussion. We have a lot. And before I go, I must tell you thank you, either Mystic Sensation or you, Mr. Rattigan. The products, the products right here. Join me on my ear growth journey. We'll discover the different type of essential oils. We'll tell you about the rosemary where we have a Jamaica. Yeah? We're that.
Here, bro. Here. Me and Kevin.
Come on, but the thing I talk about hair growth. Too bad, man. We don't know.
But I want to say thanks to the supporter, either from Mystic Sensation Show or the Wilfred Rattigan Show. They have reached out to me and they got their product of castor oil and they have got their coconut oil and now they're enjoying the product. As I said, look at the bottle and the labeling. I must say,
Hold on,
big
I'm
up
big
to
up here.
you.
Hold on, we're gonna put you up. Go
Yes,
again.
my
Yeah.
big stage. You see the presentation of the bottle from Lady Colleen. She's done a great job. And the coconut oil, it's also good for constipation. It's also good for your skin. And it's good for bad breath as well. And she has a product coming out right now that is good for whitening of your teeth. So she is a young entrepreneur in Jamaica. This is not my product that I make, but most definitely I endorse it. And what I love about the Wilfred Rattigan's show, it's always start off with health. Have something about health. That means that the man want to educate you and preserve your life. So big up, and I look forward to the discussion.
All right, sir. As you talk about education, let me just put out the mantra of continuing to educating our people, because as Malcolm X said, education is a passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. Again, people, remember this. Remember this. Education is the passport to the future. For tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. And with that, let me just say, why, Kevin, say, reggae music can cause problems to me. Donna Marie, why not just go to an event? Go to an event and not cause no controversy around
I'm
here.
not getting involved in those things.
You know?
Not right now. Later on, maybe, but not right now.
Fireball, help me out now. Please, Fireball, help me. Hey, listen. Today, before we start that, let me just say, please check out our website, ojldf.net. ojldf.net. And give us your impressions. We can only improve, and we're looking for ways to improve. ojldf.net. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.net. Now, today's topics, if you haven't seen the topics in the promo, if you have seen the topics in the promo, I know you're floored, because you're looking at all of these things and say, all of these are important. How am I finish this? The important thing is not necessarily to finish, because we're not going to cram things in and overlook the details. What we're going to do is we just want to show you where we're going, at the beginning of the year. And we will get there. We will get to all of these topics. And believe me, there are many, 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 many more topics. But we're going to show you some things today where you're going to be shocked. Anyway, here are the topics. In no particular order of presentation. Is the government's constitutional reform dead on arrival in Parliament? As you know, the committee, they had hearings, town hall meetings, presentations, and they provided a report. And from that report, they submitted a bill before Parliament that's under consideration right now. And we've looked at the report. We've listened to them during their presentations and the town hall meetings, and we have read the bill, and we think it's a bunch of hogwash. This thing is going nowhere. We believe it's dead on arrival, but we'll explain to you why. Second one is, did the government abandon its promise to the diaspora regarding the Senate seat? Because we're not talking about the diaspora too much, we're talking about people in Jamaica, but the people over here, so our foreign, we have things too. We have an interest in Jamaica, and we're going to show you how this government, my brethren, Jamaica, another Jamaica I listen to, when we say liar, them people are liar. A promise is a comfort to a fool. And our days of being foolish, our days are over of being foolish. We are going to expose the whole thing. We are going to show the promises they make and how them are backtrack. The next one is, what has the government done with the agricultural assistance received from foreign countries? And Jamaica are going to jump in at that, because they have a piece for add to that. Because as you know, the agriculture sector is dying, because we're constantly increasing the imports of produce that should be provided by our farmers. We have fewer people farming. The technology is there, we're not utilizing it, even though we're promised. And so it's backwards. The next one is, why won't the government sign the NOLAN principles of public life? You remember the 7 principles that they're supposed to sign, and none of them not signed it up to now. All of the opposition members have signed. Government asked for it, you know. The prime minister asked for the training. We're going to get into that. Why haven't they signed? Next one, can we trust the government's murder statistics? Huh. That's all I can say. Huh. Not showing us something. The next one, should the government celebrate the number of weapons seized or recovered? Because every year they say, oh, we get 600 guns, oh, we get 700 guns. We are going to explain to you why there should be no celebration. In fact, we should be fearful now. When we show you the numbers, we should be fearful, very fearful, because the island is awash with illegal weapons. But stay tuned for that.
Mm-hmm.
The next segment, it's a short segment. I am not going to make it a 9-day wonder. Well, nothing we do around is a 9-day wonder, but this one is going to be every day we come out, we're going to put it up. And that is, should convicted criminal, and you hear me emphasize it, convicted criminal Leslie Campbell be sent to prison? Next segment, if convicted, because she's before the court, should MP MARISSA DALRYMPLE PHILIBERT be sent to prison? We're not going to stop beating them stories there. We're not stop. We'll keep them alive, front and center. So we're not going to tired to hear them stories there. But that is what we have to do. We have to sear it in our minds, because we cannot afford for them people go scot-free. The next one is a reminder of the government's unfulfilled promises in its 2016 and 2020 manifestos. That story alone can take up 2 shows, 10 hours, that story alone. But we're going to show you some things today. We'll show you some things today. Oh, Kevin, you know what? I forget to ask, you know, that I mentioned it. The 100-day promises. You can find that for me, please? Because a lot has been made about the 100-day promises. And people, how many promises when them say 100-day promises? The commercial show about what, 7, 8?
There was a video clip that we had on that, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a video clip. Well, what we are going to show now, we are going to show now about 100 promises. The clip is showing you about 7 promises made. The prime minister said within the first 100 days of my administration. I'm going to do. Well, we are going to show you about 100 promises. Right? Let's stay tuned for that. And now hold on the chair, put on the seat belt. Because when we finish, there's no way, if you're truly concerned about Jamaica and you consider yourself a patriot, forget about being a partisan. If you truly are if you're truly a patriot, you care about Jamaica and you're honest with yourself. When you see the things in my way, I'll show, there's no way you can come out and say, well, this government deserves a second chance. A third chance. Yeah, second chance. I vote for them one time, you vote for them second time. No way. No way. And I'm not saying this because I support the opposition. This is not to do with the opposition. All this has to do with is the job performance of this government over the last 8-9 years. That's what we are talking about. Another story is there more to Paula LLEWELLYN than meets the eye? Wait for that. Another story is another case study of the missing, unaccounted for, stolen or misappropriated. Actually, it's 124 million. It's more. It's a different number, but money gone. I want to care how you classify it, how you categorize it. At the end of the day, there's nothing left for the school. No resources. Next story is.
It's all right. We'll wait till we get there.
Yeah. The next story is Minister Dana Morris Dixon. We're going to play our video, you know. She come out and she carry on. And she's supposed to feel this small right now. because she don't know economist. She does a mouthpiece. And she run up her mouth, and we thought that Minister Morgan was terrible. She's worse. Minister Morgan, I beg you, please come back. It was more fun when you were here because you used to give it things that we can't talk about, but at least you acted like a professional. Some things you know you can't answer on the spot, so you say, listen, I don't have that information, so let me go back and check. And then you'd either come back with an answer. In most cases, the answer is not a satisfactory answer, but you come back anyway, or you just completely ignore it and hope so we'll forget so we'd ask you the question. But this lady come out and I run up her mouth and she read. She not do no check to verify that information that she's received is actually current and accurate. And if she did, then she's a dunce. So I don't believe she's a dunce. I just believe that she didn't check. She gets something on a piece of paper and she just run with it. But that's not what you do as a person. You double check to make sure, because when you get, it's likely that you're going to be asked a follow-up questions and you got problems. So we're going to show that. And then the last story, well, not the last story, another story is 2025, new year and a glorious opportunity for the government and the FBI to address the corruption issue in Jamaica. We're going to put the government to the test and see them going to bring in the FBI to deal with this thing, right? We did the story last week, but again, we have to pump it because people, this is the year of reinforcement. This is a year of reinforcement. We can't do a story and just make it dead and then we'll move on to something else and then it completely forgotten. No, we are going to hammer them, especially the important ones. We are going to hammer them home. So, we don't touch the CG out of New York, but we're going to leave her alone, because she have her own issues. She don't have no diplomatic skills. And she's a disaster, complete disaster. Ambassador Marks, same thing. But surprise, you're still there and una leech off of the taxpayers' money. You're supposed to go. You're supposed to go. A complete disservice to Jamaican people at home and in the diaspora. Complete disservice. In some countries, you would be arrested. You'd be arrested because you're collecting money and not providing a service. You're not doing your job. Both of you not doing your job. The one down in Florida, the CG, Mr. Mir down there. Big up yourself, CG Mir. And CG Mir, I may make it clear, because I don't want them go after him. CG Mir, and I'm a virgin and I'm a friend, but just like him style. I like him go about and do things and handling business and take care of the communities. The Jamaican communities here, and it's not only Jamaican. We see him help out other Caribbean islands too, for them issues down in Florida. The man is a godsend. The man is doing what he should be doing and what the others should be doing as a representative of the Jamaican government. So, CG Mir, big up yourself. No, Elaine, me not go soft, we are go hard. So, here we know. Before we bring in Jamaica and Kevin, we have a guest coming on at 4, Dr. Andre Houghton. But we'll keep our fingers crossed because I think he's traveling. But this year though, we have a open story. So if in the unfortunate event that he doesn't show up, we have enough things we're going to talk about. What else? The opinions, disclaimer, the opinions you hear today belong to the individual presenters only and is neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the host. And Reggae Global Radio, although they might put me out on blast in the chat, them like when I put out the thing, them like when I put out the disclaimer so that nobody can sue them. Because especially when I say some people are criminal. Them say, whoa, you got too hard now. whoa. I said, no, man, no. Please put out the disclaimer because we don't want nobody to sue when you have to call people criminal. I said, no, I am supremely confident that this man, Leslie Campbell, can't sue me. He never dare sue me for calling him criminal. Because if him sue me for calling him criminal, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to file a counter claim against him. I mean, know me I go win. Because guess what? The man is a criminal. You want a criminal, a criminal. And we're not taking back them talk there. We're not taking back them talk. Wait. Hold on there. Kevin, I laugh, you know. Hold on, that Jamaica.
Yeah,
Hold on there, man. Me not like how I go on, you know. Hold on there. See it, yeah. That criminal. See there, found guilty. When you found guilty, where though? You convicted, you get convicted, you know. When you found guilty, you convicted, man.
You can't really go around it.
Yeah. And you know, when them say found guilty, when you hear that term found guilty, that's a criminal charge, because if it's a civil case, them say found liable, right? Meaning you have to pay money damages or you have to do something, but you not go to prison. But when you say found guilty, that means that there is a criminal penalty attached to your fate. And that's the case right here. He's looking at 6 months hard labor. And we want him go at GP, you go do it. We want him go down at GP and do him 6 months. So when we say my criminal, so Reggae Global Radio, easy in the same. See the thing, don't call a man criminal.
You know, it's one thing to express an opinion, you know. It's another thing to state a fact. And once it's documented and someone can independently go and find that information, then it's a fact.
There you
Is
go.
it true? That's another thing. But it's a fact.
It is a fact.
And if you state facts, then you can't be held liable for stating facts.
Exactly.
As far as I know. But you are the attorney. I'm just a DJ.
Truth is a complete defense to any allegation of defamation. Truth is a complete defense to defamation. Now, they might bring up some other charge like, you know, releasing private facts or something like that, like if your medical records or something like that, you know. But here, I know me find him guilty, you know. So if you want to sue the body, he's supposed to go sue the jury or the court.
So the newspaper for put it out.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. What about the newspaper?
Apparently the newspaper now have enough clout.
Yeah, and
After Rattigan, because my inside people for rise up.
Mr. Andy said, sometimes you don't have to bother with the beautiful speaking. Call it as it is. Criminal.
See, yeah, no beautiful speaking. Yeah, the man is a criminal. So, and at one place we want this criminal to go, and at a prison. Yes, maximum we want him go. We have to set an example. Relax with the rebel. That's midnight tonight. No, Fireball, Ed Robinson, one of the owners of Reggae Global Radio, call me up and him say, yo, Fire, me enjoy the Rocksteady session. And well, me I hear you play some Delroy Wilson and some other music. Some of them in a year for a long time. And you know, really take me down memory lane. So why you play another session? So look, the boss's wish is always my command. And Kevin knew it go already. So when Reggae Global Management call and said, yeah, we want you to play this, you know, no choice. You just say, yes, sir. Or most of the time we say, yes, ma'am. most boss, of the time. Boss lady. Yeah, most of the time we say boss lady. The boss lady call and tell us, hey, this is what you're going to do. You know, argue. You just say. And it's two boss ladies too, you know. It's two of them.
Yeah.
Right? Two of them. But there was a main one, you know. When I want to call, you know, you just respond. All right?
Come on. Sharp boss one and sharp boss two.
Yeah. All right, there you go. We don't need to say nothing more. So tonight we're going to play Rocksteady again. And we have a nice selection. Nice selection. Mr. Kevin All sing along to this morning when we play them, you know. So I'm going to love it, man. So after Kevin wearing out, they can just come and just listen to some nice music, right? No, we have another program, Easy Like Sunday with the Rebel, and that's usually Sunday 2 to 4. No, DJ Kevin Stu and I were scheduled to juggle some music with attorney Hugh Wildman tonight, because we moved from Sunday to tonight. Because we only have 2 hours on Sunday, and we need about 4 to 5. So we say, all right, we'll do it tonight. But unfortunately, Jamaica's number one, quote unquote, Jamaica's number one legal DJ, Mr. Hugh Wilder. Only. I stand corrected. Will not, although I take umbrage to that. I have a different opinion, but that can say there should be a playoff before somebody can claim themselves as only a number one, right? So, but
Here we
but the only legal DJ in Jamaica will not be able to make it due to a prior commitment. He called me last night and I apologize. And I understand, things happen, family matter and things like that. However, no need for concern because this highly anticipated musical extravaganza will take place next Saturday, right after Reason with Rattigan. Actually, I think I have to give up 1 hour of my time and then Kevin give up 2 hours of his, and then we'll run it till I think it's like 11 or midnight. So stay tuned for that. But it's going to happen, barring unforeseen events right now. We can't see why it won't happen next week. But all right, and then come Reason with Rattigan, which is the Wednesday program, the outgrowth of this program, the one where we take telephone calls on a Wednesday. We will not be back until the middle of January. So we'll keep you posted. All right. Let me just give some greetings, some shout out greetings. Continue to pray for Papa Trevor, Double Road Crew, Ma P out in Elmont, Ma Jean down in Fort Lauderdale there, Desmond Paul, Bunny Jump, big up my brethren, Fittest the Hardest Dread, Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Barry, hope you arm feel better, brethren. Mr. Baxter, my warrior call. Apologies, sir. Belated Christmas and Happy New Year. But y'all forgive me. So I'll give you a call soon. Sassy Diva, don't go nowhere. Stay there and big up yourself. Raleigh. Yes, my brother. Danny Goops. And Roland, the valiant one. Of course, Jonah Marie and the rest of the crew. Big up our ambassadors and, of course, producer Joan, who promised that some year she will make an appearance. It doesn't look like it's going to be this year, but she said some year. She said some day.
It don't look like this year. Now, this year just starting, man.
Yeah, Joan don't want to give me a commitment at all. Joan, the thing Joan not going to say some day or some month. Joan said some year we will show up, So. All right, before we start, people, as I said, my father come from money. He used to go there and spend time with my grandfather out of 4 Roads. So we have to do this thing, and we all hope that this will set the trend where other parishes will do the same thing, and then we can put together something for Jamaica, because Jamaica is definitely in need of some real branding, not the type of the government I do. We not even talk about the money with them spending and give a foreign company, the money and the contract for both them rebrand Jamaica. Them mash it up. Them claim say we don't mash it up, and them mash it up because I know we, the Integrity Commission go after them. By the way, big up Cora, big up yourself, big up the princess. Hope you're feeling better. I know we, the government, I know we, Integrity Commission go after, I know we, I look for prison sentence, I know we. So I know we are. I know we have faced prison sentence. I know we are get ready to go face the court. I know we. So we don't understand how we mash up brand Jamaica. When all of them other things they are going. When 3 trillion, you can call it missing, unaccounted for, disappear, whatever you want to call it. But money not dead. And we are going to show you today again about some things we're going on with that report there. And we're gonna take slices of Jam's report and we're gonna broadcast it every week. And we're just gonna show you. And then at the end, we're gonna ask you, okay, does it make a difference? We'll call it missing missing unaccounted for or whatever. If at the end of the day we don't get valid for money, it don't reach where it's supposed to reach. It don't matter what you call it. We'll get to that. So let me start this video, yeah. No fun to love it, but no fun to love it on the ask feed. I will send it out. We'll put it on the website. Now I promise on because other people are promising the things. I don't want to compete with them people there. So, because I can't get no job fix road and some other things.
Carpet.
Oh yeah. Oh sorry, lay carpet. We can. Yeah. You can.
Yes.
Yeah. We can. No, Jamaics. We can't do that. Well, we not so much fun. Hey, you know what? But I feel lively today. I'm going to bed about 6 o'clock this morning and I get up about 8. But you know what? Yeah, man, I have a new vitamin I take. I have to tell Dr. Ben about it. Yeah, man, it's a kick, man. It's a kick right now. Kevin, I'm going to introduce it to it now. It's a kick right now, man. Believe me. I feel like, yeah.
I
I got. You know what? Play the video.
Okay, sir. Okay, here's the video. Yeah. That we are talking about. We need every parish. St. Elizabeth, my parish, that too, we don't need to do something like this, Need to do something like this. And then all the other parishes. So you put out your own video, and then at the end of the day, we can do one. All the parishes then can then combine and do one for Jamaica. That will go a long way in terms of rebranding Jamaica. We should not wait for no government to do nothing for it. Kevin, me say, Stacey Good Girl Barnaby. Yeah, it's carpet. You're right, on the carpet. 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 Hold on. Let me say something. Hold on. I think Kevin. I think Kevin give me something. Let me see if Kevin. Oh no, not that Kevin. Now look for the video, Kevin.
Which one of them? Wait, hold on.
Like that. Okay. Carpet. All right. Let's check out this. Hold on there.
You never choose it.
Yeah, you're right. All right, you're right. Say why I can't do without Kevin, Hey, all I want to talk about carpet, and be careful now, because right now our prime minister put on solid roads. We know what I talk about. All right? Man, I put on solid roads. Here's the man I talk about the roads we put on.
We have made the investment not just to put blacktop on a mall surface. We are building roads that can withstand these strange weather events of climate change.
Them
That's
have
what. Go ahead,
Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Talking at Jamaica, say a lie like sure.
Hey, that's what the man said. The one saying in Jamaica we drive on the left, but now we're driving on what is left. We deal with the last generations. Hey, this one a different, you know.
Generation of
You
what?
can't get better than this. I
No,
worse.
man, no, no.
Oh, God,
Hey,
man.
hey, Eddie, big up yourself here, so get well soon. Bambino, yeah, man, the vitamin have kicked me. I tell him I've introduced Kevin to it, you know. Ruth, yeah, man, the vitamin. Oh, somebody said Kevin not take it.
Oh, and Senan, man. Senan. Oh, he's up there.
Hey,
Senan.
I mean, I watch Reggae Global Radio and you see them still put my thing out there now. Still put my thing out there now. Fireball, help me now, sir. Please, I'm asking you. Fireball, please. Not
You know, say, I agree with them though.
what that?
Cause it'll go on 2 years though.
Hey, look, the government are going 9. So hey, me promise for 2 years. Me I go and go. Them promise for 9. I'm not Kevin. You kill me, Kevin. Hey,
No, that's all.
hey, Jamaica, talk one in your words and talk to the people, then, please.
Hey, I tell you, man, as the man said, as they say in Jamaica, they say no, and you lie like show. You remember them karate show back then? And
Yeah,
you
man.
see the things that happen there, you want to walk. Now, I don't. This is how this man is operated, man. Trust me. Me can't believe. You know what is so sad though, Sir Rattigan and Kevin, is that how many years after and them still have the mindset that them can trick people when almost election time to come and patch up a few roads and say them are build roads. This is cliche, man. It's paid out and it's downright disrespect to the intelligence of the Jamaican people. And I know people abroad looking at it and say, this type of communication, it is wrong. You're really taking the Jamaican people for an idiot. In 2017, when you repealed the Road Maintenance Act, and to know that $15, so at $15 each time you go to the gas station, Jamaican people, that percentage, that $15 is taken out as GCT to go towards ensuring that you have money for the roads to be maintained. You ever hear the saying that say it is easier to maintain than to fix? How that saying go again, man? Prevention better than
cure.
So why we wait till the road them, as Mr. Rattigan say? We only drive on one left on the road. We can't wait for that.
Hold on, Jamaica. Hold on, the Jamaica. Check this out.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians. People do not trust the words of politicians. I said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of
Let me
politicians.
ask him how often him say.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of
Hold on a
politicians.
second.
Do not trust the words of
One
politicians.
time.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
All right, sorry to interrupt this, but
we have to remember what them say, though, because we have to hold them accountable. Thank God for 2024. And we reach at 2025 now, and it continues to show you there's consistency. And as you said, Jamaica content rich. And when you hear them come up with them thing here, it is a problem, man. Trust me. In a Jamaica, you run from thief, you run from gunman, and you run from patrol, because patrol take people life in a Jamaica. And that is a serious thing. It is not just the roads them that are in the communities. The main roads are looking very bad. And this is a problem. And we really need to come together and say, you know, we have voted you out for these things because you have made promises to the Jamaican people that you haven't fulfilled. We don't see the big electrical company where you bring in. We don't see the impeachment bill. We don't see any fixed election date. We don't see the lives of Jamaicans improving. We see 200 and 300% increase for government officials, and the Jamaican people get $2,000 per minimum wage, coming from $13,000 to $15,000. Me go to a supermarket, and with $9,000 and you know you don't reach the market to grab your food items like your tomato and stuff. You can't get it.
Well, no, finish up the comments. Kevin, I go on with some things behind you.
No problem, man. But
Hold
for real.
Kevin, hold on. I think Kevin, we need to go back to this one first, man. Hold on, Kevin. All your heart is there. Kevin, I go on with things running on people. Kevin, hold on. No, Kevin. What to the one, Kevin? I this down here, so. I this right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, some people that say we must answer Jeffrey. Hey, Jeffrey, you and Reggae Global really need to stop, you know. You don't need to stop. You don't need to stop. There's the people that ask me what that mean. So, people, all of you who are wonder what Jeffrey I talk about. Andrew Pine, all right, and the others. When I wonder what Jeffrey I talk about. Jeffrey then I chat, ask him. Please ask him. Hold on, I think what we need to do. We could start with this. Hold on, the Jamaics. Hold on there. We could start with this. Yeah, cause Kevin not going with things, Ben. So, all right, we could start with that one there. All right.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
We have made the investment not just to put blacktop on a mall surface. We are building roads that can withstand these strange weather events of climate change.
People listen. Kevin.
What's that, Kevin?
Kevin do it. Kevin. Kevin do not get trouble, you know. Kevin I do it. Jamaics Kevin. Trust me. Everybody government Kevin.
Let me add to that. You know, the bite of the week in Jamaica right now, there's a citizen of Jamaica complaining about the pothole mash up him slippers. That is
no, that mean for the
complaining about the roads mashing up in slippers. So me, I wonder now, the presentation by the Prime Minister, is that a presentation in the future? Because I can't the current state of Jamaica I'm talking about. After the future, because it now add up. It's like you tell me 1 + 1 = 3. It don't make no sense. When they look for the roads, a different thing than we must speak. That's why Minister Morgan say, you know, I often say, can't trust the words of.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
And you hear him say, I have always.
What
I've said. I've always emphasized that. Always. So
why we have to laugh, because if we don't laugh, you know, them things are gonna stress me to death. Yeah? So me tell you, man, it's good to have a laugh about these things and show people. When we laugh at it, it's to show that this type of leadership is not acceptable, and we have to move away from them type of government. Yeah. And it is a true fact that this government, this current administration, is a liar. And let me emphasize to people, I've never voted. 31 years old, I've never voted in Jamaica. The Prime Minister convinced me to vote against him because he said that we should raise our voice in concert against poor governance. And we're taking your instruction. Yeah? And with the result of your 9 years, we have seen no growth for the Jamaican people. But we see say you have your castle and you're not bad mind nobody. We want to know how you get your money so that we, the Jamaican people, can have it too. If it is through illicit means, speak to the court and we're going to look somebody else to bring it forward. That not going to be you. So that is me for now.
Let me just say, my virgin, but damn, you know, man Montague, aka Laps Coachy, you can just use an imagination and think about what that means. But Laps Coachy said, these people. Well, you know, Laps Coachy said, that's why they do ask for a boat. You remember Kevin? When them said them want boat, steel hull boat and this a boat and inflatable and all. Him said that's why. So man, Laps Coachy, you onto something, you know. You onto something. You really onto something. Kevin, what go on in your world, brother?
You know, as we're going through this segment of the broadcast, I saw somebody mention that they're walking
I
in the
don't know
river.
if it's just me, but I'm not hearing Kevin.
Oh, you know you're Kevin?
You know, hear me?
If it's just me.
You know you're
It's just you.
In the comment section, are you hearing Kevin? I am not hearing him. I'm not sure about anybody.
It's just you. It's just you. It's just you. Because everybody else here.
They said yes. Maybe it's just me. I'm not sure what's going on.
No, I'm telling you, it's just you.
But I hear Mr. Will, but I'm not hearing you. I don't know why. Continue.
Yeah. Pegasus at work. Pegasus at work.
But
that could be.
see, what's your name, Antia? Saying, I walk home in the river, and to know that in today, somebody walking home to wherever can't find a decent place to walk. Have to be walking in the river, and there was a bridge. So
no, go on top, man. We have Dr. Hart in the waiting room. Yeah. So big up yourself, Doc.
and we can bring him on.
Right,
Man.
no, man, finish up your thought, man. Finish up your thought.
But it as we look at things said in the past, evidence of things contrary to what was said in the past, we're concerned, very concerned about the future. And Jamaica said, I guess appropriately, have never voted, told to vote, and now he has reason to vote, more reason than before. And Jamaica, I don't know what prevented you from doing it in previously, but clearly are now inspired to do it from what we're seeing. And people need to understand, in the past, things came in the news and died in 9 days. With the advent of social media and individuals that are holding on to stories and questioning, asking for more information, asking for explanations, not just letting it sit where it stops, that causes things to be different. And so the people today, people of Jamaica, whether they're in Jamaica or outside of Jamaica, have more reason to be up in arms about what is happening. They have more reason to ask questions because now they're seeing that 13 years ago when something was said about something that was supposed to be done, here we are 13 years later and I know it not happen yet. Giving a number, just throwing out a number. We can't continue like this. Jamaica, you said it. You don't know how it is that in today, them can feel, say, boy, some fighting round about election can still work. it has worked forever up until this point. But we same Jamaicans have a saying, every day you carry a bucket go well. One day the bottom will go drop out.
Indeed.
Today is that day. We are in that day. And it is up to us collectively to get a new bucket. Rebel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You and Jamaica just spice up the thing and set the set the piece for Dr. Andre Arton for coming in and talk up the things. No, folks, listen.
I'm gonna exit and come back. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, yeah, folks. Today we have a special guest. You know, he's the only guest today, and we cleared the schedule to make some time because this man is very, very difficult to get a hold of because he's extremely busy. Them pull him from pillar to post. Sometimes I call him and I get him and him a travel. And him take the time to talk to me still, you know. And he's so respectful that him say, him no rush me off of the phone. Him explain to me and say, watch here. Me I do this, me I do that, me I do that. I will touch base with you whenever I can. And because a lot of you in the chat, you know of this man. And so they said, you have to get him on the program, man. You can't give up. I mean, me not give up, but the man busy. And then guess what happened? A few weeks ago, Dr. Knife came on the program. And if all of you recall, you should recall what Dr. Knife said. Dr. Knife said, the foremost economist in Jamaica, the foremost, meaning the man, when not talk about economy in Jamaica, is none other than, and I was expecting him to say somebody else. And him said, Dr. Andre Arton. And if you also remember him said this man is a IMF fellow. Him say when the IMF are come Jamaica, this is the man them consult with before them come, right? To prepare themselves for deal with whoever them are deal with in Jamaica. They didn't call up Dr. Logarithm, Tropical Rhythm, Clark. They didn't call Dr. Clark, right? This is the man them call. And so we are extremely pleased and honored to have this man with us today because this man, him can't walk with kings and sit down with poor people, with paupers. He can't talk the language. Any setting you put him in, he can't talk the language. And I just adore the way him express himself, depending on the situation he's in. We're going to ask him today, say, nobody nice up the thing, because actually he's not a man like that. Him talk straight. You know what? Me I talk too much. I'm going to bring him on now. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Dr. Andre Arton.
Hey,
Yes,
good day, Rattigan. Good day to your listeners as well. Lots of blessings to you, don't it?
Boy, that's how the thing set, my brother. So the thing set.
Mike, you look so familiar.
I tell you, I didn't want it to say something before you bring up the money that's a Rattigan.
All right, let me take him off and then say, hold on, the dog, hold on. Go nice. Say something there.
Pretend that him not see me, yeah? Pretend that him not see me. People in the comment section. You see, Mr. Rattigan said this man walk with kings and not lose the common touch. This man right here, Dr. Andre Arton, one of the most brilliant minds in Jamaica. And he was the one that got me interested in politics or even trying to understand what politics must do for us as Jamaicans. And trust me, man, I remember the first political meeting I went to, I had on a red hoodie and I had it over my head in Montego Bay. And I said, you know what? Everybody was jumping about celebrating politics. And I said, you know, only person I wanted to touch was Dr. Andre Arton, because I remember on YouTube, I saw him and he said that corrupt politician must be a thing of the past in Parliament as a senator, and everybody was just numb. And he said, yeah, man, you hear me? Corrupt politician must be a thing of the past. And this is the reason why I really do respect this man. And I remember when I was talking to him and in a forum, and he was just there, just listening to everybody. And when this man started to speak, man, trust me, you can hear and you can feel the universe, a wealth of knowledge. And he was just so humble and so calm, and he was able to touch everybody and get every information resonating with people. Without further ado, bring back the man, the man. It
Yeah,
was brilliant.
yeah. Just before I bring him back, let me just say, people, every Monday night at 7 o'clock, you need to tune in to Make We Talk, Current Affairs with Jeffrey Vumvavi Tavares. This man talk up the thing on a Monday night. He might have some outstanding guests, and the conversation is just scintillating. You don't need to go over there. Just as much as I want to come here and get some learning and things like that. I remember learning here is shared, because me I learn to, my guests I learn, everybody I learn over here, It's a community affair. Similarly, when you go to Jeffrey's program on a Monday night, it's the same thing. And you can participate because Jeffrey actually take phone calls. As you know, we don't take phone calls on this program because we don't want to upset the flow. So that's why we have the Wednesday night program where you can call and we can discuss things further. So again, I'm inviting all of you to check out Jeffrey Tavares' program, Current Affairs, every Monday night at 7 o'clock, New York time. Well, actually, Jamaica time, to we're on the same time zone right now, on YouTube. Again, Jeffrey Tavares, Current Affairs, Make We Talk channel, YouTube channel, 7 o'clock every Monday night. Big up yourself, Vumbavi. Now, without further ado, second time around, Dr. Andre Harden. Yes, sir.
Dr. Dre.
Be here, it's really good to come on talk shows like these to discuss where we are as a country and what we need to do in order for us to move collectively forward, because it's a new year, but it's the same continuous journey. In mathematics, we say that when you have different movements of the economy, it goes up and down, but the key thing is that there are no points of discontinuity. Points of discontinuity make functions difficult to differentiate and to integrate. And that is why Jamaica is blessed, because though we have been down, we have had an economic structure that has been connected to itself over the past and towards the foreseeable future, which makes it easier to analyze.
All right. Doc, I tell you what, a lot of people here know you, but a lot of people here, and a lot of people here hear about you. And some people, them don't know you, them never hear about you. So just pretend like nobody here ever hear about Dr. Andre Harden. Take as long as you want. Because this is your house, right? We just sit down and we have a discussion. Just tell us, who is Dr. Andre Harden? Tell us about his beginnings and how did he end up where he is?
Yeah, hey guys. And my name is Dr. Andre Harden. I am currently a senior lecturer in the Department of Economics at the UWI-MONA. I specialize in macroeconomics and international finance, mainly econometric applications. I am from Mount Salem, Montego Bay. I went to Cornwall College. Whilst I was there, I studied accounting. And fundamentally, for me, when I was young and they asked about professions as to what you want to become, I had an aunt who was an accountant. So, what you tend to do is to emulate others in your family who are vividly available to you. I got introduced to the whole concept of economics through Michael Manley's book, The Politics of Change. When I was in third form, I think we got a couple of detentions, but at Cornwall, the detentions are held in the library. So there was a cabinet filled with Michael Manley's books. And, you went to detention the first time, you saw the books, you don't pay them any money. You went the second time, you see the books. So the third time, I was curious as to see what was important about these books, why we had so many of them in a special cabinet at the school. And I took one out, The Politics of Change it was. And I read about the whole concept of self-reliance and developing independence as an individual, and how collective independent individuals can come together and create collective independent country. And when I looked across the length and breadth of Jamaica as a young boy, what I recognized with my own mother working in the hotel industry, my uncle working in the hotel industry, my aunt working in the hotel industry, and I recognized that this industry, though it provided employment, was not enough to provide a decent standard of living for those who it employed. So from the beginning, I recognized that if I were to become a professional, then if I wanted to earn higher income, joining the tourism industry, as I saw my uncle, my aunts, and my mother did, would not be sufficient. And then I started understanding a bit more about industries, right? What's an industry? An industry is a collective of similar businesses that are working towards a particular goal within a particular economic boundary. And Jamaica, though we place a lot of emphasis on the tourism industry, we made much of our wealth from the agricultural industry when sugar was king. So when Jamaica was the pearl of the Antilles, they earned much of their income from three crops: sugar, cotton, and tobacco. And when I thought about it, I said to myself, well, I have to get a broader understanding of history, and I want to pursue a career in economics. I did history, I also did mathematics, and so on and so forth. But I got introduced to economics when I went to the University of the West Indies. I did my first course in microeconomics. I got the highest grade in the class. And from then, I decided that I was going to do a double major in economics and accounting. When I completed my first degree, I graduated at the top of my class in econ and accounts. And at that time, I was on a scholarship from KPMG Pete Marwick. But when I analyzed the accounting profession versus a profession being an economist, I recognized that being an accountant is good, and I could be employed by any of the top two firms. I got job offers from both of them, KPMG as well as the other one name, not Ernest and Young, the other one, remember me telling you, PricewaterhouseCoopers. PricewaterhouseCoopers. Where are they? I haven't seen them in a long time. And I decided that I was going to pursue my master's degree. I got a scholarship from Thomas Delarue. They are the ones who print banknotes for more than 60 odd countries across the world. They print banknotes for many countries in Europe, for many countries in Africa, for many countries in the Middle East. As a matter of fact, when I visited their factory back in 2004 as a visiting scholar, on their paper mill was the Egyptian money with the pharaoh running, and that was very, very revealing to me, because at that time I was now beginning to recognize how the global economy functions, where it is a company that prints the money for most of these countries and not them who print money for themselves. So Jamaica practically was buying their money. And at the time, I was interested in international financial topics, and my first research was to examine what would happen if Jamaica was to dollarize the economy from a financial situation. Now, what is dollarization? Dollarization is the process through which a country adopts the currency of another country. So take Jamaica, for example. Many of us sit here and we say, okay, Jamaica should just use the US. Why we use the Jamaican? We buy goods from abroad in the US. We spend the US mainly, and we love the US. We see the US as a benchmark currency. Why not use the US? So what I did was to create a portfolio of assets, right? Domestic assets denominated in domestic currency, domestic assets denominated in foreign currency, and foreign assets denominated in foreign currency, and to see what would instigate persons to invest in each of these assets. Inextricably, what would push persons to dollarize by investing in domestic assets denominated in foreign currency and foreign assets denominated in foreign currency versus domestic assets denominated in domestic currency. Remember, coming out of the 90s, we had FinSac, and what had happened was that we had accumulated a significant amount of debt through that restructuring process, and we need to understand, certainly from a technocrat's point of view, where the country ought to go as it relates to our spending habits and what would coerce people to invest domestically versus invest abroad. The paper was well received. I mean, We presented it at the Bank of Jamaica, and they appreciated the work that we push. Deposit insurance played an important role in coercing people to invest in domestic currency. Surely you know that the interest rate differential between what you earn on foreign currency versus what you earn in domestic currency also played a role, as well as the whole idea of exchange rate gains and losses. Now, as you know, domestic interest rates are going to affect foreign interest rates. What would influence someone to invest in Jamaica versus invest in the United States, right? One thing is that the US economy is a little bit more stable, right? They have stabler prices, they have higher income, macroeconomic stability from the overall operational aspects seem to be more fluent. So they can afford to offer lower interest rates and still fetch investment because of the robustness of their economy. Now, take an economy like Jamaica into consideration, where our economy is not so robust, right? We are susceptible to external shocks because we're what is called a small island developing state. And a small island developing state is susceptible to whatever occurs outside of it has a significant impact on what occurs inside of the country. And that's what spurred much of my research when I recognized that most of the international institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, the United Nations, the Oxfam, the World Economic Forum, most of these international organizations tend to do a lot of research on developed countries, and then they use the results that they get for these developed countries to make recommendations for the developing world. And that is why our economics has been going so wrong for so long, because you have a situation where somebody is used to snow and you build a snow boots for them, you build a jacket and tie for them, and when you come to someone who is used to sunshine, you say that you have to wear this jacket and tie to church, you have to wear this jacket and tie to every formal gathering, not taking into consideration that the place is hot and a jacket might not be suitable for you at that time, unless, of course, it is made of linen where breeze can pass through it going and coming. And that is the fundamental challenge that we faced as an economy. They use these prescriptions that were made for more developed countries and to impose these prescriptions on countries like Jamaica, countries like Trinidad, countries like Ghana, countries like Sierra Leone, Kenya, these countries. And at that time, I recognized that there was a gap in the research, right? And as a result, I decided that I am going to use my time to fill that gap. And what's that gap? There are idiosyncrasies in Jamaica. There are idiosyncrasies even in America. In every single country, there are factors that impact their economies differently, that allows the macroeconomy to function differently, and there is no one size fits all solution. So after completing my master's, I lectured at the university for 2 years. I lectured a course called Caribbean Economic Problems. I actually developed that course as well to where it is now. And that outlined a lot of the challenges that we face as small island developing state. We are import dependent. Most of us offer the same sorts of things, like sun, sun, and sea. And for us in the Caribbean, one issue I must highlight that jump out at us was that we tend to trade similar goods. So when you take the Caribbean, for example, and you take the Caribbean single market economy, you take CARICOM, outside of the Dominican Republic and outside of Trinidad, much of what we have to offer to the rest of the world is sand and sea, right? Because we don't have a robust manufacturing industry that is pushing out goods and services. And we did not take the time out to measure technology and innovation and how we needed it to impact the different industries. So my research at that time started looking at money, how money functions. So I looked at the whole idea of interest rate pass through, which is when the central bank changes their interest rate, The commercial banks are to pass on the benefits to the consumers if it's a falling interest rate from the Bank of Jamaica. Then Bank of Nova Scotia should also drop their interest rate to make loans more accessible to you, as well as to make it easier for the banking transaction to take place. But what my research highlighted was that not only is the interest rate pass-through asymmetric, meaning that there's a difference between when there's a cost associated to when there's a benefit associated. And what do I mean by that? Whenever the Bank of Jamaica increase their interest rate, it imposes an additional cost on commercial banks. Those commercial banks immediately pass on those costs to their consumers in the form of higher interest rates for loans and etc. etc. But when the commercial bank, right, pass on those costs following the increase in interest rates from the central bank, which is the Bank of Jamaica, whenever the Bank of Jamaica then turn around and reduces interest rates, these same commercial banks do not reduce their interest rate so that us, the consumer, can benefit. So when the interest rate increase and we get the high costs, they pass it on right away. But when the interest rates fall so that we can have easier access to loans, they do not. And I had to highlight that because money is like the lifeblood of the economy. So that was one of my very first research. I did my PhD during the global financial crisis. If you can remember the global financial crisis of 2008, it spurred out of the idea of increasing prices and a price bubble within the asset market. Now, what are assets? Assets are things of value that appreciate over time. If they are nurtured, they depreciate if they are not nurtured. So, you have depreciating assets, you have appreciating assets, things of value. Now, what we did was to look at the interaction between government policy and asset prices, not just for the developed world, but also for the developing world, because it was the government through monetary policy that was tasked with the mandate of appeasing the crisis across the world. So what did my research show? My research showed that there was a difference in how the asset bubble impacted the developing world versus how it impacted the developed world. There was a difference between how monetary policy, which is the central bank changing of the interest rate, how it impacted the stock market in Jamaica versus how it impacted the stock market in America when the Federal Reserve changed their whole monetary policy. Another issue that was important to me was also the idea of us having a single economy. And what my research showed is that in order for us to benefit from CARICOM, we must have a single currency across the entire Caribbean. And that was the foundation. I came back in 2011 because at the time, all the global economies were in challenges. And it was better for me to come back home to try to assist Jamaica to become quote unquote sustainable rather than staying in England to try to assist them. We've been through too much slavery. So now it was time for us to use the robustness of our minds to help to liberate and free the economic prosperity of our own people. I came back in a time when it was JDX and NDX, when we were restructuring the economy, when Bruce Golding could not sign an IMF agreement because they did not had at the time they didn't have enough economic prowess to chant out to the IMF a proper plan, but we did. And Dr. Peter Phillips at the time played an instrumental role. At the time, I was working with Edward Siaga at the United Nations funded office that he had at the UWI Mona. We wrote a book, my first book, Developing Sustainable Balance of Payments in Small Countries. Lessons from Jamaica. What's the balance of payments? The balance of payments records all the foreign currency transactions of a particular country. So it looks at all the income and revenue that's coming in and all the income and revenue that's coming out. It's broken down in three: the current account, the capital account, and the reserves. The current account basically has goods and services, right, which is import and exports. Along with that, it has what's called primary and secondary income. Primary and secondary income. Primary income, you can look at wages that are paid to the tourism workers, secondary income, remittances, money that are transferred to Jamaica, and so on and so forth. The capital account looks at the purchase of capital, purchase of assets. When a Jamaican takes up their money and they buy a stock in America, they can take up their money and they buy a house in America, or a Jamaican take up their money, or they invest in a factory in America, take Golden Cross as an example. That's income coming out. When a US come with their FDI, foreign direct investment, that's money coming in. So the capital account records those capital money for investment purposes. And basically the reserves is just practically the difference between the two. What do you have left to cover what your expenses should be? And my book at the time showed that instead of measuring the reserves in terms of weeks of imports, we should measure the reserves in terms of a percentage of GDP. Because remember, reserves represent idle capital, right? And imagine you have a ton load of cash put down that's not generating any income. That's wasted reserves, right? Or if you have too little cash put down where you are called upon to use it as a percentage of a GDP, that means you have too little reserves. So measuring the reserves as a percentage of GDP would increase the efficient use of the reserves rather than trying to measure it in terms of weeks of imports. I continued lecturing at the UWI. My second book is on productivity, overcoming productivity challenges in small countries. I wrote that one just after the COVID-19 pandemic when I lost the election. We face productivity issues, and that everybody is beginning to recognize that now, but we recognized that a long time ago. And that book, they're both online. You can go and search for them. One, developing sustainable balance of payments in small countries. Two, overcoming productivity challenges. I'm going to wrap up shortly. I recognized that being a technocrat, when I give advice to a minister of government, they tend to use what benefits them, what benefits their investors, but not what benefits a nation of such remarkable people. And I began getting frustrated, right? Because if you are spending time doing research that you believe can uplift the nation, can assist increase in our income levels, because that is what is about. Jamaica is a $15 billion economy. One person in America is making $15 billion. So you get to see that we are stuck in a economic deadlock. And that's my second book was Escaping Macroeconomic Deadlock, but I had to put it on pause in order to write this productivity book. So it's now my third book, Escaping Macroeconomic Deadlock. And it's essential. And that was what pushed me to become a politician, because I'm saying to myself, I'm here doing this research, making recommendations to these politicians, and it's up to their discretion. So why not make it up to my discretion? Since I'm sure when I get the chance, I will be in a position to execute, not just for Tom Jones or for Jane and Harry or for Butch and Chuch, but for everyone. Because as we are out of many one people, Jamaica is very special to the world. I have friends from all over the world, and they are waiting for Jamaica to wake up and realize who we are and what is important. So, yeah, that's my journey.
Quite a remarkable journey, sir. Quite a remarkable journey for somebody who, I don't know your age, but the people in the chat, I say, boy, you look like you're 16. So them don't know, some of them indicates you like, you couldn't do all of them things and still look so young. You know, but it's a tribute to your genes, brethren. It's a tribute to your genes. Now, look, there's so many questions I like to start out with, but you know what? I'm going to defer to the panelists here. And let me start with Kevin. Kevin, talk to Dr. Andre on.
Yeah, big ups again to the real Dr. Dre. First thing, let me get this one out the way.
Blessings, Kevin.
How much detention you want to get, so?
Yeah.
Time we were in a class called 9-5 at Cornwall College. Now, anyone who attends Cornwall College knows that 8-5 and 9-5. Let me put it this way. When I was in grade 7 and I finished the year, and the next year when I was supposed to go back to school, I went and I looked at every other class except 8-5. And I went to home and I tell my mother, Mommy, it looked like them not accept me back at school, come and see my name. It's about the day after, them come and say, okay, see your name upon 8-5. Devastating. Those classes, you know, get teachers, you know, get nobody not pay attention to 8-5. And it's not the dunces class. I mean, at Cornwall, it's stream 8-1, 8-6, 8-2, 8-5, then 8-3, 8-4. But 8-5 for some reason have a reputation. 8-5 and 9-5. Bad reputation. And sometimes when you get detention, it's not you, you know. It's not you, it's the class. So it's like you get caught up in a situation, and that is the strata system that Jamaica operates. If you have some people who grew up in certain communities, no care how good you be, you end up in certain category. And if you are not strong enough to overcome that categorization, then you end up stuck. But it's not where you start. You have to use adversities as opportunities for greatness. And as Black people, that we are coming out of slavery, where we haven't been empowered, we haven't been given land ownership with titles where we can leverage for capital. We haven't been given the sense of thought that academics is important for us to uplift our lives, right? If you look across the length and breadth of Jamaica now, many of the young people ascribe to what they call fully duns. And I do empathize with them, because if you listen to them, you will figure out that they are not duns, they have sense. But how the economy and how the system has relegated them to that marginal existence, then they believe they have to now use that duns as a tool to create opportunities for themselves. So we have to begin to understand the culture of the country. There was one point in time when Black people, young boys, couldn't attend Cornwall College. Mike and Manley played an instrumental role in that shift with the common entrance exam. And I was able to benefit from the common entrance exam. And that is why I have dedicated my life to providing resources and to research what is necessary to want to see, because we have been really disrupted in our thinking, and we have really been disadvantaged by our experiences. And many of us tend to judge the others without understanding the full length and breadth of the travesty that was brought upon us, and what it will take from our leaders to inculcate in our population of people a mindset of self-reliance and independence that is skill and educational dependent. Why? Because the young people wake up every day and they hear from business owners who, me not going to school, and look how much money me have, look how much this me have, look how much that me have. So even the business people in Jamaica who hire bright people to help them to make their businesses better. I mean, let me not use Jamaica, because Jamaica is predominantly commerce, so it's buying and selling. So that is why we don't value the brain that much, because there are few businesses that innovate in Jamaica. And in order to innovate, you need brilliant minds to assist you to innovate. Jamaican people, they are mainly merchants. So they do what their friend is doing. You know, you see a man selling larder bag, you start selling larder bag right away. You see a man selling umbrella, you start selling umbrella right away. You see a man open a restaurant, you open a restaurant right away without thinking about how to diversify your product or how to grow your product. So you get to see that many businesses operate on a subsistence level and they never get a chance to grow and to become multinational industries because of how we approach life and we approach business. So they get the idea that being dunce is the best thing to do if you have money. So they are skipping out the whole process of self-development that is necessary to graduate to assist the country to move. So I'm saying to them, if we don't need smart people, that means we don't need no plumbers, we don't need no electrician, we don't need no sanitary engineers, a garbage man, we don't need no doctors, no lawyers, no, because the economy just can function off money, right? Once you have money, you can get things done, right? And that is that mentality that people have been inculcating into the young people. And when they turn to do negative things that can get them the money like that, then we turn around and say, oh God, look at what they're doing. But when them go to work, them boss cuss them, say, me, the boss, we're rich, don't have no education, so you don't need it.
Right.
Before we bring in Jamaica, let me just Marcy Blessed so that 2 years I used to get detention at school, enough detention. Marcy, my situation is similar to Dr. Andre Houghton. I'm not as educationally gifted or academically successful as him. I would no way, no day, no time put my walking in shoes. But what I can tell you is that yeah, I used to get a whole heap of detention at Meadowbrook. In fact, I set a record at Meadowbrook. I was the first 6 farmer in the history of Meadowbrook to get detention. It was embarrassing. I'm going to sit down in a room with first farmer, second farmer, third farmer. Come on, a certain farmer.
You see, that is it with Jamaican people too. You know, you come and you discuss some things and you talk for 20 minutes. And you talk about the economics, you talk about that. You use 30 seconds and say, in order for you to be introduced to Michael Manley's theory, you had to go to the library. And in order for you to go to the library, you had to get detention to go to the library. And the media focused on the detention rather than the fact that it had to go so in order for me to understand the principles and concepts of self-reliance and independence bestowed on us by Michael Manley. And it's the same thing. I go to Parliament and I talk off my head. And one day I go say, we have breast cancer month. And them say, who we talk about breast cancer? Nobody know and do it in our caucus. I'm say, me do it, man. Me talk about breast cancer. And when I went into the room, I say, all right, I empathize with the women because I am a breast man. When me have baby, I love breast milk grow me. By the time I not ever come off good, Auntie Faye first that message me, oh, it's like you, what she say, you drink this, you milk the cow and kick over the bucket. By the time I come out of Parliament, man, headlines, Dr. Hartney is a breast man.
No, yeah.
So it's like we tend to be, as a nation, so trivial-minded that we get so distracted by the most trivial of things, and we don't find ourselves in the cusp of excellence where we can hear the trivial things, make fun of them, but don't lose the substance of what is being expressed and what is to be understood from the message. And we've seen this straight across the board in everything, everywhere. People them brain so trivial. You go up on TikTok, Chinese people them, you can't do no foolishness on TikTok. You have to invent something. Jamaican people them they on TikTok every day. I do nonsense.
Yes.
Them say anybody who can do the most outrageous nonsense make the most money.
Right.
When are we going to realize now that the technological boom has passed us by from 1950 And that is why Jamaica has an economy making only 15 billion, while Dominica or our neighbor is making 100 billion. When are we going to realize that we focus on too much trivial things as smart kings? You know who is Francis Bacon? Francis Bacon was sent on the first expedition from English Europe to Africa to go and scope us out to try to colonize us. In his diaries, when he went back, you know what he said to the king and queen over there? When I met people, the hostel that they gave me to stay in, because then quarantine them and new people. So then I just let them out in a place. You know, then time the disease and things. So then quarantine them for a while and observe them. The hostels that they quarantine us in was fit for any king, any queen in our land. For the time we were there, we get the freshest fruits, the freshest vegetables. I walked the length and breadth of the land, and I didn't see one beggar, neither did I see a thief. It is going to take something astronomical to break these people. And since then, Rome take them time and devise a plan. So much so now that in Jamaica, so much of people them turn beggar and thief. So Rome has succeeded in what they set out to do and turn us now into trivial thinking people. So when we see me as Dr. Horton and say, okay, he's such a brilliant person. But I want to see in them own self and say, I too have the same ability that Dr. Horton does. He is not special. I too have the ability to be disciplined because that is what it takes. To be mindful that in the future, the country is going to depend on me. No, everybody look Jesus. So, trivial with the time, trivial with the utterances, trivial with the research, trivial with the experience, but you are look somebody serious now to save you.
Yeah, I understand the point. And let me just say, Marcy, no, the doctor come after you. But, you know, him just said,
no man.
Yeah.
I'm just
we just want you to understand that.
the person who said she got detention?
No, she said me get detention. But
man, it's not about her or is it about me? It's about a nation of such remarkable people.
Yeah,
and what it will take for us to become who we are.
And that's why people come around here, because them consider this similar to a classroom, but it's a classroom without a principal or anything, because we are learn from each other. We exchange ideas. We're not talking about people, except when we are talking with the Prime Minister. When we talk with the Prime Minister, we are talking about things that he said and things that he's done, things that he's promised. But let me just say, the detention thing, it make me stronger. Because I sit down there and I take it out and say, well, you know what, they might put me inside or so. Because I come from a certain place. I remember now at one point, me go to school like once every 3-4 weeks because we never have money. And we live with a whole bunch of people. And we go class already where teacher look at me and says, are you in this class? We mean a sixth form. Because they never see me for a long time. And I say, yeah, me in that class, yeah. And she said, I haven't seen you in a long time. I say, no. Me not see you in a long time either. But me there. So, you know, so I just said there. Jamaics, youngest member of the panel. Dr. Horton is on the first side. Go ahead. Talk to him. I have some questions for him about macroeconomics, but now wait till, you know.
It's gonna get down there, but trust me, man. Each time I hear Dr. Horton speak, it's a blessing, man. And again, the humbleness of the man and the wealth of knowledge. So thank you to come back from England to say that you're playing your part in nation building. It is a great pleasure to have you back here. I remember the first time watching you on, I think, a Ras and Barlett podcast, and I really enjoyed that podcast. But you answered some of my question, but this is a question that has been in the political environment. You spoke about FINSAC briefly. I'm just asking you as quickly as possible, or just to break it down so the normal man on the street can understand what is FINSAC and what can we learn from the experience of FINSAC.
Okay, that's a pretty good question. We can't understand the FINSAC without understand the overall economic construct of Jamaica's economy. Let me begin with 1970s, right? Throughout the 1970s, Jamaica embarked on a lot of nationalization, right? We nationalized banks, we nationalized transportation, we nationalized a lot of the industries in the country. And it was done with good intentions, right? It was done in order to give the country ownership of revenue generating assets, not just leaving the government to get income from just taxes, but to give the government the ability to have multiple income streams, as well as to give Jamaica ownership of much of what had been owned by foreigners, right? Now, throughout that time, we went through two significant events in the 70s, right? We went through the first and second oil price shock. Now, these shocks escalated the price of oil. Oil was an import, and as a result, Jamaica had balance of payment problems where we needed foreign currency to purchase our foreign demand for oil and other goods. Now, at that time, also in the economy was a push towards the whole self-reliant issue by Michael Manley and so on and so forth. Now, because prices got so high, coming into the 80s, Jamaica's reserves were beginning to deplete, right? Now, throughout the 80s, Edward Seaga practiced a different type of economic management, a more liberal economy, trying to privatize some of the industries, as well as to put import restrictions on a lot of the things that were brought into the country. If you ever heard about goods being married, when you went to the shop, you have to buy a tin of sardine, you have to buy a pack of sanitary napkin alongside it, you're buying a pound of flour, you have to buy toothpaste, and so on and so forth. That was designed in order to have controls in our consumption demand and to limit what we imported from abroad. Now, Seaga practiced a lot of exchange rate management controls, right? Because he was very interested, so as myself, in maintaining a currency of value. And we'll get to that shortly. In America, they preach about them having a strong currency. But when neoliberal economists talk about the developing world, they encourage us to depreciate our currency, to quote unquote sell more to the rest of the world. But if you don't have more to sell, it means you can't sell more. So the cheaper price that they want us to have to sell this huge amount of goods couldn't work. It worked for a country like China. China have 1 billion people and put 500 million of them for work for cheaper and not them and make goods for the rest of the world. They can survive off that. But a country like Jamaica, we have the best goods, the best yam, the best coffee, the best ginger, the best that. You know, our thing can sell on a bulk level. Our thing have to sell on a connoisseur level. Now, because Seaga was interested in maintaining a very tight exchange rate management system, he had to use much of the reserves to sterilize the market. Whenever demand exceeded supply, he had to what we call sterilize the market by furnishing foreign exchange. Sterilizing the market 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year, 6 year, 7 year, up to 1988, we had depleted much of our reserves to assist the country to maintain a particular high value. So throughout the 80s, Jamaica currency appreciated from about $1.20 to about $4, something around there. In 1988, we were hit by Gilbert. When we were hit by Gilbert, Gilbert damaged the entire economy. And to allow the economy to recover after Gilbert, we needed inflows of foreign currency. Huge amount, because Seaga was in negative reserves, right? Meaning that we owed to the rest of the world. And we were in a catastrophic crisis. At that time, right, the IMF went to him and the negotiations were not completed. And the elections were called in 1989 when the IMF at that time came to Jamaica to discuss how our economic management is going to be restructured. The IMF said at the time that we need to implement a 10-point plan called the Washington Consensus. And I want your listeners to go and search up the Washington Consensus on YouTube or on Google or whichever search engine that you may prefer. The Washington Consensus. That was a 10-point plan that Jamaica had to implement in order for them to get a drawdown for the structural adjustment policies from the IMF, right? Now, the entire plan wasn't good, but there were a few pillars of the plan that were devastating. First among them was that Jamaica had to know, instead of maintaining the crawling peg exchange rate that Siaga had throughout the 80s, we had to fully liberalize our financial sector, meaning allow our exchange rate to be determined by demand and supply. Now, obviously, if you are not going to sterilize the market with foreign currency to assist the exchange rate to maintain a particular stable level, if you said you can now, instead of getting a quota amount of foreign currency from your bank per day, per month, per week, you can now get any amount at any time. There was a bank rush on foreign currency, and the Jamaican dollar exchange rate moved from 6 to 1 in 1990 to 25 to 1 by 1992. That was 6 into 25, 4, so it was like a 400% increase in the value of the or decrease in the value of the currency. 400% decrease in the value of our currency. Look at it as a depreciation. A 400% increase in the value of the US. Now, banks who had their foreign currency denominated debt saw their debt increase from 6 to 1 to 25 to 1. So imagine you owe 6 million US. You saw your debt moving from 6 million US to 25 million US. You have your debt denominated, say you have a debt of 10 million, yes, you gone to 40 million. You have a debt of 100 million, you gone to 400 million. So they now were unable to pay their debts. You recognize? So the entire banking system at the time, remember, many of these banks had pension funds, they had domestic investment. I myself had money in Central National as a young boy at the time. And the banking system now, because the bank's debt increased fourfold, they could not pay it. They could not pay it. And as a result, the banking sector in Jamaica was on the brink of collapse. Now, money represents the lifeblood of the economy. It is how transactions take place. It's an exchange for goods and services, and sometimes a store of value depending on how you use it. If you have no medium of exchange, you have no store of value, your entire economy is going to go underground. What did PJ Patterson and Michael Manley decide to do? They decided to establish the Financial Sector Adjustment Company, FinSAC. And FinSAC was the remedy to assist the banking sector, the Jamaican financial sector, to regain footing and to stabilize itself while it restructured out of that high debt it had accumulated through exchange rate depreciations and devaluations between 1990 and 1992. In order to do so, they had to borrow because we didn't have the foreign currency readily available to us domestically, so they had to borrow. They borrowed, they refinanced, they restructured, the debt increased, but the debt gradually came down closer towards 2002. And yeah, that's the FinSAC story.
Oh, thank you. Just a follow-up question to that. What are the lessons that we can take from the FinSAC debacle?
Yeah, the first lesson is that we must understand the macroeconomy before we make broad-scale macroeconomic decisions. The first point that we note as economists is that in order for us to liberalize the economy, we had to have the sufficient controls into play, meaning that you cannot do wholesale liberalization as we did then. You have to liberalize in chunks. And the second thing to note is that not everything the IMF recommends is healthy. When I went there in 2017 as a fellow, I spoke to a couple of the lawyers who worked on the Washington Consensus with Jamaica, and they were very apologetic to what occurred at the time to us, because they recognized that Jamaica, we saw the blunt of the disadvantage because we were naive to what was taking place. And that's a fundamental lesson, to know that the economics that govern developed countries is a different economics that governs developing countries. And we need economists like myself who are developing country oriented to really unravel the idiosyncrasies and to say, look, we cannot do this way, we can try it that way or that way. Let us explore the options, and to put a counter proposal on the table with the IMF instead of a set of people who do not understand economics at all, who now are going to take wholesale what the IMF says because they lack understanding. So that's a fundamental lesson. So while our leaders study law, they study politics, right? And anybody can tell you, I'm probably the worst politician, but I am the best leader. And that is what Jamaica needs at this time. Leaders, not politicians.
Let me at this point, let me just throw something out. Let me just play a quick video, a few seconds, maybe a minute, Dr. Harton. And then I want to ask you a question about macroeconomics and some of the comments you just made. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on there. Kevin is here, so I'm not worry about none. Oh, here it is. Here it is. All right. 1 second. Here we go.
Essential quality for effective leadership in today's environment is clear vision. It might sound a bit contrite, probably overused, and it won't break the sound barrier. People have heard it before. But I think it's one of the things we're struggling with at the moment in the world, which is, what is our vision of what we're building? And then more specifically as Africans, what is the vision of what we're doing? And what does that vision look like in the next 10 years, the next 25 years, and the next 50 years? So I think that's probably the most important ingredient. The second most important ingredient would be a clear sense of purpose. Anywhere where you find leaders who have inspired a generation, what allowed them to coalesce that generation is a single mission, a clear sense of purpose. And so what we see with entrepreneurs who are able to build businesses and scale businesses, not only here, but across the continent, is that there's a very clear sense of why they're doing it and a very clear view of what the future looks like.
All right. Use that to set up this question. You mentioned naivety, and you also mentioned to understand macroeconomics before making decisions. Now, our last Minister of Finance, well, not the second to last one, because now we have Minister Pavel Williams, but I'm referring to Dr. Clark. He came in from the perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we have to get the macroeconomics down before we can even start dealing with the microeconomics. And to that extent, they looked at the GDP to debt ratio and said, if we can get this down from 140, whatever it was, 141, 144, to the goal is to get it to 70. That's 60. Everything, 60. 60, yeah. Everything is going to be okay. Based on what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like that course of action was flawed. Am I correct? And if I'm correct, what would you have done in that situation?
When you say that course of action was flawed, I mean, every country needs to be able to repay their debt, because you borrow the people their money, you must find yourselves in a position to be able to repay that debt. You look at a country like Japan, whose debt to GDP ratio is 200%, and Japan has been flourishing, right? But that doesn't negate the fact that Jamaica was in a bad position. we were using almost half of our budget for debt repayment. And if you have recurrent expenditure, right, and you have a debt of almost half your budget, then surely you would want to reduce that debt because it is important. However, you think about, and this is the beauty about macroeconomics, right? It breaks down the economy into a simple microcosm and makes it easier to understand. Think about your household as the country, right? The household that you live, your wife, your children, right? If you even don't have no wife, no children, you alone live, you live with your mother, whatever the case may be. Just think about that household as the country. You are Jamaica. Now think about you just putting all your effort into reducing debt, right? You're not putting any effort into gaining a better education. You're not putting any effort into putting in appliances in the house, buy appliances so that you can use these appliances to make your life more comfortable. You're not putting any effort into ensuring or expanding the house so that when you have more family come over or you get more children, they can be comfortable in that house. So you just find yourself paying down the debt. What that does is that from the debt point of view, you are now freeing up space in your future income to be used for other things. But, and if you can recall, in 2016, Dr. Clark and Andrew Holness said that in 4 years, Jamaica should be growing by 5% per annum. Remember that. A colleague of mine, Samuel Brathwaite, in the Department of Economics, right, and a few others of us, did a simulation to see what it would take for us to grow by 5%. Remember, the economy can be broken down. We have about 11 different industries. All we need to see what will it take for these industries. Would you believe that it required all the industries to be growing at a high percentage altogether in order for Jamaica to grow by 5%? And in order for these industries to grow, they needed industry support, not just from the private sector, but if you recognize what Vusi was saying, is that the government has to have a clear vision as to the industries that it wants to boost in order for the country to grow. Jamaica has a clear vision about tourism, no other industry. And tourism alone is only one offering that we have. Tourism alone does not provide the growth potential to help the other industries lift themselves up by the bootstraps. I'm sure you heard when I said that we missed, and I was getting a little bit serious, but sometimes you have to bring things across serious. Me not really serious in myself. I'm a very jovial person, but I take the nation's business very seriously. We missed the technological boom. In 1950, technology represented 0% of China's GDP. No measurement whatsoever. Technology always exists, but it no measure. Today, technology represents over 32% of China's GDP. Tell me, what percentage of Jamaica GDP is technology?
I would say less than 5%.
We don't know because it's not measured.
Mm-hmm.
And if it is not measured, it means that you don't know where it is and you have no way of tracking it as to where it ought to go. And that is what I am saying, is that technology missed us 70 years ago with the third industrial revolution. Today, we're having the fourth and fifth industrial revolution simultaneously with the advent of AI and the Internet of Things and robot and ray. Each industry in Jamaica, based on the results of my book, Overcoming Productivity Challenges in Small Countries, hires more people than what it requires to produce its most efficient output. Let me repeat. Each industry, whether it want to be government, finance, education, healthcare, whichever the industry, they are hiring more people than what is required to produce their optimum, meaning they have produced more than what they are producing today with less people than what they are producing today with more people. Government, for example, hires 30% more people than what it takes to produce their optimum. So the government can shed 30% of its weight and still produce the same amount of goods. Same thing for many of the other industries. What does this mean? This means that whenever these industries find themselves in complicated situations that they need to figure out, instead of getting the technological complement as well as getting the skill complement to operate these technological advanced machinery, advanced software, advanced whatever technology, they hire another person horizontally to assist the person beside them to figure out a vertical problem. So we end up in a too many cooks spoil the broth situation. And as a result, 2017, 2018, 2019, Jamaica still was growing by an average 1%. So economic growth is not a hypothesis. Economic growth is a clear vision and plan as to where you ought to go and what you need to do. And that is why, as a macroeconomic practitioner, you are better equipped to make the right decisions rather than a man who is a mathematician who thinks that you can just say 5 minus 4 equal 1 and it just come out of nowhere. That mathematics has to be applied to real scenarios, to real goods, to real services, to real people, to real lives. And that is the fundamental challenge. So now, what does this mean? Jamaica has done very well to reduce our debt. And we are very appreciative of it, because one of the challenges that we faced was that almost half the budget, 44%, was being used for debt servicing. Couple that with recurring expenditure, we had less than 5% of the budget for capital expenditure. Now we have more than 10% of the budget that can go to capital expenditure. Too many people believe that the government has no role to play in business development. Let me repeat that. Many people believe that the role of the government is just to collect tax and spend on recurrent expenditure. A country like Germany is a socialist country. A country like Switzerland is a socialist country. The only difference between socialism and capitalism is not how money is earned, but how money is redistributed. Michael Manley attempted it, but he took on too much on his plate without the necessary support structure around him. So you get to realize he had the vision, but the people around him were not on the mission. Jamaica, at this critical juncture in our life, need to figure out how to reduce the amount of persons without high school education from 65% to 10%. We must figure out, and the school system is another thing. It has been failing us. So you get to realize that no, many of the young people don't see themselves benefiting from the high school system. So then just nobody go. Them go learn something on YouTube. Them go learn something on Udemy. Them go learn something on Akan Economy. Akan Academy. And they use that to earn their income. Some of them not go learn nothing at all. Them go learn it on Canvas, on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram, and that is their forte. So not because, for example, we say 65% of the population have no high school diploma, means that 65% of the population are dunce. No. 65% of the population, or a percentage of that, have lost hope in the high school system. And therefore, we need to recognize as a country, and as Vusi said, what is the mission? What do we want? Do we continue to adopt everything from abroad and complicate our... Hey, me used to do enough complicated research, you know. My research used to complicated like, whoa, when you see me build an econometric model, man. Come on, man. Oxford, man. You get me? But then me realize, oh my God, may I build this complicated model? But the Jamaican economy is not so complicated. So may I build some level 10 model when the Jamaican economy is still there, level 2. So we skip out the level 2 analysis, the level 3 analysis, and go on a level 10 analysis just because we want to keep up as researchers with the international peers without properly delving into the idiosyncrasies of our country. And that's a fundamental challenge, because it comes like when you're playing football and a man cannot control, cannot pass the ball, does not have self-awareness of their position on the field. But as them get it, they want to run with it, they want to dribble, they want to plot, they want to one in a fancy style because that is sexy. That look good to the crowd in an individual basis, but that don't fit in with the team. So the team have certain individual players who look fancy on the ball. We're going to lose. So we find ourselves in 2025 coming out of a recession in 2024 when we had hoped that by 2019, 2020, we should be growing by 5% per annum. So the economic management of which the government speaks, very good. Paying off debt, very good to the creditors who want to lend you money. So you get a higher rating. Because what happens when you go to the bank? I pay my credit card bill every month before it due. So when I check my credit rating, I 800 odd. Because I have perfect credit. I understand the system. So I can get any amount of money for borrow. But does that mean that my entire affairs is profitable and growing in a profitable way? It can signal it, but it is not it. And that is where Jamaica is at this time.
Let me just follow up by saying that, you know, Bootsy said that you have to have a clear sense of purpose and know where you're going and why you're doing what you're doing. And you illustrated and echoed that point. Now, you've pointed out to us, or you've made a distinction between paying off your credit card bill before it's due every month so that you get a higher rating and you get more access to borrowing money versus doing the responsible thing and paying off a little bit here, but at the same time, you're managing your affairs at home. And you give the example of, you know, maybe expanding on the home, buying more goods so that the family can eat and whatnot. Two schools of thought. Let me put you in the position of a decision maker, maybe the Minister of Finance, maybe the Prime Minister. But I'm going to put you in a position now where you know, looking at the macroeconomics, everything economics, minor, mini, everything. You know the situation Jamaica is in. You have analyzed it brilliantly. What are the steps you take to do a course correction to get us on the path of true prosperity? And I'm saying prosperity not on an individual level, but as you would argue, for the entire country.
Yeah, we have spoken of them, right? The first thing for us to begin to do is begin to measure technology as an industry and to see where we are technologically compared to the rest of the world, and not just to where the rest of the world is, but where the rest of the world is going. So we have to make a futuristic call, right? So it's forecasting. Upon measuring technology in each industry and the value of such, then we begin to look at the deficiencies and the excess labor that exists in these industries. Because if you look at it, Jamaica, we have a very low unemployment rate, right? Our unemployment has been falling. Whilst our unemployment has been falling, also our GDP has been falling. And that goes against all standard principles of macroeconomics, Okun's law. In Okun's law, and you know what's a law? A law written down in a stone. So Okun's law is applicable in the United States, but it is not applicable in Jamaica. Why? Because as I said before, there are idiosyncrasies that prevent us from moving forward. So the first thing we have to do is measure technology. The second thing we have to do now is to assess, and these excess labor that exists in Jamaica, in each industry, we have to now twin them up with technology. So the 30% of excess labor in the government, for example, is not as if we're going to fire them. We're not firing them. We are now going to get them technologically inclined so that they now can recognize their true value. I have 2 books because the economy is broken down into 2, right? Financial sector, goods sector. My first book is how to stabilize the financial sector. My second book, how to stabilize the real economy. There is no quick fix. From an overarching level, our productivity nationally is impacted by 2 variables: corruption and human capital deficiency. So fundamentally, in order for us to really set an example, we have to take something from Lee Kuan Yew's book and to make example out of some of these thieving leaders. Because if we don't make an example out of these thieving leaders, then we will continue to be faced by leaders who are thieves, who have no acumen to improve the standard of living of a nation of such remarkable people. And because our leaders act in such a frivolous fashion, it forces the followers to act also in such a frivolous fashion, because they are not seeing the example. So one would say to you, you love the politics, a joke thing, you know, fit you, your heart too clean, leave it alone, it build for dirty heart people, ray. And I do go home and think about it. I mean, I said, Jano, this politics thing, I don't really mean, man, because I don't really know if I play this hypocrite thing with people, and sometimes they want you not be yourself, and at least you could think you're being judged and ray. So we upon my mind. So if you just left you alone, then I say I'm rotted. So I'm going to live till me 80 and have them a idiot or run a place, a thief everything. And then when me dead, I say, if me know me try change it, you better me try change it, man.
Yeah.
At what point a nation of such remarkable people go recognize the true value of self, recognize the value that they have to play to enhance the value of our nation, and allow 83, less than 0.0001% of the population for manipulate us and continue to pilferage from the budget?
I thought, no, hold on a second, I'm going to put this up. That's why we make the argument that this criminal must go to prison. We keep saying it. This man is a convicted criminal, and him have to go to prison. So we agree wholeheartedly with Dr. Hatton said that, listen, we can't walk away from it and say, well, make somebody else do it. We can't do that. Our country, our piece of the rock. And we need to make an example out of people like this. And if this man cannot go to prison for violating the Integrity Commission Act, and if all of the politicians who face the court, if they just walk away with a simple fine, then it sends a very, very, very powerful message. Actually, it's a powerful confirmation that these people, they don't go to prison. And that's no good for the future of Jamaica. Continue, Doctor. Sorry to interrupt you.
In every country throughout its course of history, there becomes a time when it is blessed with true leadership. Leadership that is selfless, leadership that understands its own idiosyncrasy, and leadership that believes in our ability to enterprise ourselves as a country. Too many Jamaicans are distracted by the quest for wealth, distracted by their own selfishness, distracted by the pursuit of self-fulfilling dreams. And that has put the rest of us at a disadvantage. Let me give you an example. Michael Manley was very good. He tried his best, right? He had a vision for agriculture, for industry, for all the industries. In Hanover, he devised a plan to expand agriculture and to give the people ownership of land. And they had a banana planting project that the people were given houses and they were given plots of lands to plant the banana. Now, when Michael Manley gave them the houses to live in, gave them the land, gave them the banana suckers, he had wardens going around to make sure that they're planting the bananas, right? What they did was to calculate how many banana leaves they would need to fill their acre of land. So say, for example, you need, I don't know, the acre of land can grow, I don't know, 200 banana stalk. They would grow, say you can get 10 leaves per stalk. They would grow 10, and when the warden is coming, them chop off one leaf and put in at each hole. So it appeared to the warden that they are growing bananas when it's just the leaves that are in the hole. So you as a leader can do so much, preach so much, have so much vision. But the people, if they themselves don't see themselves as leaders, if they see themselves as thief, if they see themselves as persons who are trying to exploit the system, persons who want to benefit and to get the most rewards out of nothing. If you don't see yourself as a leader, if you see Dr. Horton as a leader, and you don't see yourself Rattigan as a leader, or my youth, not see himself as a leader, or Kevin don't see himself as a leader, Jamaica is in grave danger and will continue to be where it is. It is not an individual journey. It is a journey for a team. It is not an individual approach. It's an approach for a team. And just as though I spoke about the issue when we play football, if everyone don't see themselves with the responsibility of the captain to hold up the fort, and the captain alone is seen as the person to lead, then we will continue all to be led. And that is fundamental. Very fundamental.
Kevin.
So, Doc, you gave us a little bit of an introduction to macroeconomics. Let's talk simple solutions, not easy solutions, simple solutions. So it's taking that complex model, that economic model that you used to make, and condensing it to a simple model. How does that look? What does that look like in order to stop the bleeding, to start the healing?
Every economy is made up of three agents: the firm, the government, and the household. Now, the household sells labor to the firm in return for income. The household then uses that income to pay taxes and to buy consumption items or to save for the future. The government collects taxes from the household and the firm, while the firm provides goods and services, pay wages, and pay taxes. So it's a very simple economy.
Mm-hmm.
If you have an economy that looks out for just the firm at certain category, neglects the firm at certain category, doesn't look out for the household, and the firm and the government collude against the household because the firm subsidizes the government off the books so that they can now put measures in place so that the firm pay less taxes and put all the tax burden on the household, we have a problem. So fundamentally, as I said before, from a macroeconomic level, the first thing that Jamaica has to do is to look at our human capital deficiency and to minimize corruption. That's the first thing. So that's chapter 2 of the book. Right? Chapter 1, compare us to Africa and the rest of the country. Then. Compare us to Asia. Look at how we have been growing over the last 50 years relative to Africa and Asia. Jamaica have the worst productivity growth in the Caribbean outside of Haiti. The worst. Compared to the Asian tigers, we have the worst again. Now, so we have to fix a simple solution. Fix corruption with an example. Look at what Lee Kuan Yew did. Look at our human capital deficiency. Chapter 3 and 4. Chapter 3 looks at the labor usage in the goods industry. And as I said before, we are using too much labor relative to what we need to produce our optimal. We need to infuse technology in these industries. Chapter 4 looks at the service industries, same thing. Using too much labor, need to infuse technology. Chapter 5 look at the issue of wages, break down corruption, break down our school system, where we are to channel people, where they need to go. Then we want to look at the whole idea of brain drain. Singapore had a quest to attract the youngest and the brightest. How did they do that? Provide housing for them, provide proper health care, proper education. Some people at Singapore are rich, some smaller too. I have a friend from Singapore, well rich. Come on my apartment and couldn't believe it, too big. For them apartment where they live in Singapore, as rich as them be, smaller than my apartment, when me have a Jamaica as an example. So it's not as if some of us are not living a better standard of living than many of these countries that people are bragging about, you know. No if people in Singapore no own no mansion, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But them GDP per capita 100,000. So they can fly go to England when they feel like, they can do anything when they feel like. Plus, Singapore is a technologically driven country. So they are seeing technological transformations and the future in front of them at home. And that is because the government have policies in place that foster these development and are there to be able to attract and keep the youngest and the brightest. A lot of your listeners are abroad. Why are they there? 25,000 Jamaicans leave every year. The brightest will get degree and everything. To Canada, US, UK. Some of them are go Japan and China too. Why? Because of higher income. They are better paid. They have better healthcare services, better pension, etc., etc. One of the chapters compares not to Singapore but to Mauritius. They have gone through similar sort of economic transition as we did. They have a strong service and tourism focus, but they have been able to do it better than us. So there are examples there to learn. We did a simulation to see what it will take for us to achieve our Vision 2030 goals. And what our simulation showed was that in order for us to achieve those goals, we have to be growing by at least 10% per annum. If we continue to grow at the same 1 or 2%, we won't achieve the Vision 2030 goals until 2060, which means that currently we are 30 years behind. And this means that we are not in 2020, 4 or 5 or whatever it is. It means that we are still in 1995 in Jamaica, when the rest of the world is at 2025. So this backward thinking that we have, this backward mentality, this mentality that one person, Dr. Horton, has all the solutions, and I myself must sit and listen to him speak, because he studied economics, etc., etc. It's a joke. All of us now have to begin to recognize that the collective solution dwells within us, and we have to now collectively come together as a people, as a nation of such remarkable people to pitch into the change that we want to see. And I see a lot of talk shows, because people make money off of talking. Everybody know. Me used to write in a Gleaner every week, every single week, on economic issues. Then I realize I write it every dictum or area right. So I no need to write again. I start focus my brain on something else. Because guess what? I create a foundation that showed the first thing I did when I was writing for Gleaner was to get my students to write. When I tell them, say, all right, guess I'm going to run an essay competition with them, and the winner will publish one in a Gleaner and my column. Them get excited. Proper essay. Then the throne speech for the budget, I link them and I say, all right, I'll make this, the throne speech review go from a student point of view. I'm not going to write about the throne speech, I'll pick the best four and make Gleaner publish it. So, the point I'm making is this. My younger brother have a PhD. I'm so proud of him. Just get a PhD in a blockchain. Him never have to do it. Him never have to follow in my footstep. Proud of him. I wish all Jamaicans can be like my younger brother. Let me tell you, my last brother, I taught him last semester in economics at UA. So, it is not about me. I can go at any time. It's about what I've inculcated into my 500 odd students every year. So they themselves know, wherever they are in the world, understand what it is to be a fundamental academic and what it is to approach decision making and problem solving like a leader. Because that is what we want. That is where we ought to go with our mindset. It's not just about a talk show, not just about talking. It's about analyzing and implementing. And that is what Jamaica lacks. I'm going to come to you and say, youth, make sure you say when you go in, but I be no idiot, Take where you forget. Now, what kind of statement that somebody is making to me? And said them a Jamaican. And them listen to me every day. Hear what me they say every day. But according to them, when you turn politician, you change. So that's a challenge.
Jamai.
Yeah, thank you. I have two questions. So we're going to go back and then we want to go about the future of Jamaica. But I think these questions are imperative that I ask them. The period after coming out of, what was that? Tivoli incursion, right? And we had a period where Mama P and also Dr. Peter Phillips, that period of degrowth. Can you further explain about that period from, it was 2011 to 2015? And
economically?
Yes,
Yeah,
and that contribute to...
We had accumulated a high budget by 2010. Coming out of the global financial crisis in 2008, we accumulated a high budget and our debt was also high. At that time, we needed foreign currency support, but we could not demonstrate a clear path of repayment. When you go to the bank for borrow money, you have to show them exactly how you are going to repay the money. If you cannot show them, they won't give it to you. And that is what happened to Jamaica with Bruce Golding. I mean, they embarked on the JDX at the time, but it wasn't sufficient in order to attract the IMF interest. So when he lost the election, the negotiations were still on the table. Dr. Peter Phillips at the time, along with Portia Simpson Miller, they met with the fund and they devised what were called some fiscal rules, right? These were rules governing how the government should spend. Don't overspend in this area, don't underspend in that area. But fundamentally, it was for us to have a 7.5% primary surplus. The primary surplus is the amount of money from the budget that goes towards payment of interest, right? Because most countries borrow to repay capital. So what we do, as long as you can pay the interest, then it's sustainable over time. Along with the fiscal rules was also another debt exchange, which is the NDX, as well as a couple of tax measures. One of the most prominent at the time was the gas tax, etc., etc. And by doing so, we were able to demonstrate to the fund that we had the ability to create the change that we want to see. And as a result, we were able to get the foreign currency that we needed from the fund to maintain our economy as a going concern. Now, that was 2013. In 2014, we maintained the same trajectory. And in 2015, we also maintained the same trajectory. So Peter Phillips was very instrumental in assisting Jamaica to put itself on the right footing for us to be able to be in the position of which we speak today. So, for example, Nigel Clark, he did nothing exceptional, right? Not to bash the man, but all he did was to follow through with what Peter Phillips started and to not go out of line. And being the Christian he is, being the disciplined person he is, a man who probably never get a detention. He would never step out of line. So it was right up here with his character, right? So that is where. But what he could not have done was where the ingenuity lies, which is how do you ignite growth in a third world developing economy? And that is the spark that Jamaica needed that was unfulfilled.
Okay, thank you for that. You think that the epochs actually assist him and guide him along by not overspending?
Yeah, remember, you know, the epoch was fundamental part of the plan as well. I forgot about them. So along with the fiscal rules, along with the debt exchange and the new tax measures, epoch was also instituted to assist with the oversight so that government, because what had happened over the last couple of decades, you know, was that because government, they were mainly lawyers, right? Because that's politics. Politics is a play of words, and no one plays a string of word more acutely than a lawyer. And as a result, most politicians who you know tend to be lawyers, right? And not many have been true economists, right? Not many have been true economists. And even many who studied at university, have their PhD, don't have it in hardcore macroeconomics where they apply themselves in a meaningful way. And that has been our deficiency over the years. And I think that that is what we should aim to correct now.
Right, thank you for that. I don't know if Mr. Rattigan have more questions for you, but whenever Mr. Rattigan is ready, I'm ready to go to the future.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, thank you ever so much. Advanced technology like precise farming, hydroponics, aquaponics, AI, and revolutionary agricultural worldwide practices. With you at a policy level, how can you promote adoption to these technologies, particularly for small and medium scale farmers, to transform the society in terms of science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship?
Yeah, we have a plan. We have a plan. As I told you before, as a macroeconomist, what we've done is to dichotomize the economy into its various industries, to look at how they use labor, and to look at what technological inputs are going to need it for those industries to grow. The agricultural industry is one such industry, and it is one of the industries where I am most disappointed with how it has been dealt with by the government. And why do I say this? If you read chapter 1 of my book, it gives a historical account of how the economy has progressed over the last 3, 4, 5 decades. And every year, agriculture is disadvantaged by two main things: floods and droughts. And it appears as if we haven't been learning, because a lot of it, and let me discuss agriculture. Jamaica made most of its riches from agriculture, right? back in the day when sugar was king. At the time, farm plantations, let me call them plantations. Plantations, right? Plantations used to practice what we call monocropping. The name mono mean one. So a big plantation, 500 acres, 1,000 acres, 2,000 acres, planting one single good sugarcane. Your neighbor also planted one single good sugarcane. Your neighbor's neighbor also planted one single good sugarcane. Now, at that time, we benefited from what we call economies of scale, right? The benefits of large-scale production. You trade knowledge, you trade inputs, you trade ideas, you trade secrets between each other. And fundamentally, you understood the agricultural process. So you know you have to dig wells, you have to build dams, you have to have proper irrigation system for your sugarcane. You know hurricanes are coming, right? Many times I said to myself, why don't call this thing hurricane? Hurricane. Because it come and it blow down the cane them hurry up. They don't stay there and how long and get fit if them fit or so. Or them learn from it and know say, all right, we have to go plant the cane them before a certain time because hurricane, we have to hurry up with the cane them. So, because English people not that smart, you know. Anything you hear them say, so you go, you know. Them not really put nothing or take off nothing where the formulation of words is concerned, you know. Anyway it go, say it go. Hurricane, same way it go. When you talk to them. So, now, in agriculture, you have, instead of one large farm producing one goods, you have many small farms producing many goods. Saw Elder last night, say my farm. I said, where you farm? Everything, man. Everything. A while ago, I 2 van load of jelly me just carried on to market. Everything, me I tell my friend. That's what he's saying to me. So what size farm you have? He say, no, I want 2 acres. So you begin to recognize that we have graduated from an agricultural system of many large farms producing a single crop to even more small farms producing many crops. So how do you deal with a situation like this? The knowledge transfer, the economies of scale, all of that now has disappeared, and technology has to fill that gap. The Essex Valley project has been on the budget every year since 2015. 2 billion, X amount of billion being spent on water. Up to now, the Essex Valley situation cannot be solved. Where is the money going? So we have a big leakage where there something come out say the $3 trillion unaccounted for over the last 10 years. 3 trillion. We could get East Jamaica $1 million. Each the baby on the breast. The elderly could have get $1 million out of that fresh cash. But they're missing. Gone to 83 people. But what is the solution? Us talking and discussing it, or us going and changing it?
Understanding.
I have two questions here. There's one coming in on there's one question coming in on by the chat. And I know where this question is going. It says, can you please ask Andre, what is the implications for and this is one of the last things, maybe the last thing, policy-wise that Dr. Clark did before exiting the stage, was that he took 10 years of future money from the Mexicans who operate the Norman International Airport. I think it was, I forgot, 40 or 400. It's a huge sum of money. And so for the next 10 years, Jamaica will not collect a cent from those people operating the airport. And he took this money and nobody knows where this money is going. Or is not. So Khadija is asking, what is the implication of that?
It's very sad, Khadija. And these are things that happen when government make decisions or government practitioners make decisions when they're exiting government. It goes to show you the type of care that they have for the rest of us the type of care that they have for the less fortunate and for the others of us. You know, it's very sad, and we have to figure out how to change this, because it's not just him, it's most of them. And a person like me sometimes is seen as an outsider. I'm seen as a young boy from the garrison who is coming and disrupting what they have set in stone. And sometimes they don't really agree with this. And we have to now begin to think about the country. And as I said, to change the approach of our leaders. You know, and it hurts me dear to my heart when the budget is being mismanaged and when our citizens are not getting the value for their taxes. But as I said to you, you have two choices. One is to forget about it and live your life, which 2.8 million of us are doing now. Or two, to say within myself that if it is to be a case where Jamaica is redirected, I will play a role in that redirection. Just as though others before me have sacrificed themselves so that I could go to Cornwall College, I can get an education, and my daughters now can live comfortably. I too must sacrifice myself so that our children and children's children can have a better understanding of where they are and can be able to benefit and appreciate the leadership that they are afforded in this country.
All right. Doc, listen. A caller somebody just called me and asked me, to ask you if you know why that decision was made.
No, I do not.
And that's what I said to the person, that I don't think you'd be able to answer that question. So they were asking, why was the decision made? What was the money taken for? So I said,
I don't know. I have no idea, my friend.
All right, here's a question second question. It's that recently we saw where the Minister of Education, who's also a spokesperson for the cabinet, came out and said that the economy is doing well. And I juxtapose that statement to the poverty level, the exchange rate, inflation, anemic wages, the contracting GDP, to the ordinary man in the street. And I have issues with the way they're calculating the unemployment rate, because they just started using this system in January. A year ago, they started using this system. That's another discussion. But given all of this, can you please reach out to the ordinary man in the street who's hearing this, that the economy is doing well and that there's nothing to worry about, because super ships, that's the way she described it, super ships are in the harbor, and tourists, it's a different type of tourism, and people are spending money, and they never talk about cartel thing because it never happened yet, but I guess they might use that next. But how do you explain this to somebody who doesn't understand the nuances? They don't understand the concepts, but they understand reality. How do you explain to them that?
See, the good thing about economics is, and I was explaining this to a young man last night who said that he didn't want to do medicine anymore. He think he should be doing engineering or economics. Whilst I encourage him to follow through with his dreams if it was medicine, we were discussing economics for a long length of time, and the reality is that economics is something that we live it every day. So even though the interactions and the entire discipline is theorized in a book, and it is taught in a formal setting. By the mere fact of you consuming and spending and earning, you are living the real economy. And do you know what happened last year in the Jamaican economy? Macroeconomic wise, the economy is in a recession. Hurricane Beryl, according to STATIN, pushed the economy in a recession. So for 2024, Jamaica is going to record negative growth. So the person knows because they are living it, they are seeing it. When you go downtown, which I do, and speak to the higglers down there, it doesn't matter what they're selling. Commerce is in danger, especially commerce of garments, because Temu, Shein, Alibaba, all these things are reducing the transportation cost factor, reducing the goods production cost factor, and more people, because the government increased the threshold from $50 to $100 and from 500 to 1,000 at the airport. More people are importing things that they can themselves. So what are we saying? We're saying that we look better on paper as it relates to debt repayment and borrowing. But as it relates to the economic growth, increasing the GDP from 15 to 30 billion, from 15 to 45 billion, from 45 to 90 billion, that is a challenge that we face. Big challenge that we face.
You use the R word, recession. I've looked at PIOJ's report, and I've looked at Statin's reports. Nowhere do I see the R word. I see them saying contraction. I see them saying everything is contracted. You know, are minus 2% or 2, whatever it is, but they don't use the R word. Now, as an economist, is that a wise course of action or an unwise course of action? Because you know it have repercussions. It have repercussions.
Google, man. You have Google on your computer? Google what is a recession, man.
No, but I'm saying, why is it that as an economist?
A recession is a recession, man.
Mm-hmm.
Economy go two-way up and down. Go sideways, sometimes flat. But you go two-way up and down. And if last year we produce more than we produced this year, it means that we're in a recession. Jamaicans, especially those government ministries, departments, and agencies, are being paid by the government to spread good news, all in it bad.
Okay.
I am not paid by the government to spread no news. I analyze economies and say it as it is. I am not being paid to pretty up anything or to use statistics to disguise anything or to use statistics to blindfold anything or to try to make something look worse than it is. I've never attempted to make the Jamaican economy look worse than it is. I call a spade a spade. When I went to university, our number one motto was call a bee's wing and not a wasp wing. If you do so, you'll graduate with first class honors. When you take a bee's wing and a wasp wing, you put them beside each other. If you look upon them with the naked eye, same thing. You have to go deep with a microscope so you can know the anatomy of a grass straw, because it is very important to understand the anatomy of the simplest things if we need to know the anatomy of the vastest universe. Fundamental. So when you see these ministries, departments, and agencies masking the numbers, oh, the economic contract by 2.8%. Then 3 months later, oh, you know, we made a mistake. Economic contract by 3.5%. Come on.
But using the word contract versus saying that we are looking at a recession, It's
I
just
said to you before, go up on Google.
So
Tell me what is a recession. Do it now, man, before I come off. Come I have to go left to I have a meeting at 6 and I have to travel 20 minutes to get to the
no, we
meeting.
don't want to hold you up. We don't want to hold you up. Well,
But do it before I come off, man. Go up on your thing.
Yeah, you
Ask
did?
your thing.
Alright.
White.
1 second. You know what it means, but I guess you want me to look it up.
Yeah, more
Read it from the
telephone.
skills. Yeah. All right. A recession. It's a significant decline in economic activity spread across the economy, lasting more than a few months, normally visible in production, employment, real income, and other indicators.
What's a few months?
It doesn't define a few months.
Okay.
But we do things in Jamaica in quarters.
All right. So you can call 1 quarter a few months. So it's a period of sustained decline growth of more than 2 quarters.
Yes, guys, it said 6 months or no longer.
All right. So more than 2 quarters. So I'm going to start get the drift now. So what want to say to me?
No, I know we no. Right. No, we were talking. I know we were talking to Kevin and the Jamaics. I want to be clear. I want to.
We just want to make sure that.
No. I know we were talking. It's not we. It's not we. It's not we. The talk. We just want to make that abundantly clear. We must. You
I'm
said.
serious with it, but I have one question before you go.
Because remember what I'm saying. I'm saying you can pretty it up.
Yes.
And a recession is a recession. It's that simple. It's up or down. Sometimes it go flat.
I Mr. Masha and the nephew, you know.
Yeah. And his nephew. I want to introduce him to him.
I hope you watch that interview.
Listen,
He's a South African.
Yeah, well, listen, that talk not for leave. So here what I'm going to do. We could just do a quick round. No. We'll do a quick round. Jamaics, go ahead.
All right. The practice which the government has been doing. I hear Ralston Ayman talking about it. Financing the dollar, $90 billion being dumped into the US dollar. What is the negative impact that can have on the Jamaican society?
I mean, no, we have reserves at the highest level than we've ever had it before in our economic history. So I think the government has some amount of leverage to play with. The Bank of Jamaica, they have leverage to play with. So they can intervene. The exchange rate is one of our better performing metrics over the last 3 years. It has been fluctuating between a 50 and 160 consistently, meandering about around 155. Prior to that, it was on a faster depreciating trajectory. And as a result, the implications of the decline has been impacting our purchasing power severely. Now it's sort of, not so devastating. I think the point that Ralston is trying to make is that in order for us to have a better valued currency, the Bank of Jamaica can intervene so much and no more. We have to produce our way into prosperity. So we need more demand for Jamaican dollars. We need more demand for Jamaican goods. We need more demand for Jamaican services to counter our demand for foreign goods, for foreign services, etc. Let me give you an example. When I go to class, and I say to my students, I teach macroeconomics at UWE, the undergrad course. And that course has about 500 students, right? 2 streams, one at 300 and add the next stream called it 200. And I say to my students, look on your person and tell me, what are you wearing made in Jamaica? And I say, sir, what you are wearing made in Jamaica? I say, nothing. From my shirt, my pants, my underpants, my socks, my shoes, America I make. So I have to buy with US dollar. Look around the whole class of 350 pitney. One little girl have on a Bridget slippers. And one youth have a brush bag. So if I were to do it in terms of percentage, 1 at 100, 1%. 1 at 200, 0.5%. 1 at 300, 0.033%. So 0.03%. Okay, no one 330, 350. 0.03% of the class wear something Jamaican. So that means we're 99.7% down in the deficit. Mr. All right, forget about your person. Let's go home. What do you have at home made in Jamaica? Mr. Look in your kitchen, your fridge, your stove, your microwave, your kettle, your what else? Air fryer.
Air fryer.
Nothing.
The faucet we turn on the pipe, the tile, the paint on the wall. How much you paint on the wall alone make a Jamaica? The paint on the wall alone.
And probably cover.
In your bedroom. Some of them bed make a Jamaica, no problem. Them bed them, you know what not, mattress, whatever. But the point I am trying to make is we are in this deficit from a consumption point of view. The only way to escape this deficit is a production point of view. And that is the fundamental thing that every Jamaican wake up every day and miss. We feel so we go to have this EPA US, if we buy this EPA Benz and Bima, and buy this EPA Gucci and everything, and we now make nothing to sell back the people them. So that's a fundamental lesson in economics that I will leave you with today.
Kevin, anything?
Boy, I just want, let me not go back into anything when you have to go. So I want to thank you for.
Yeah, man, Rattigan, you can visit back a thing, you know, later down your line, you know.
I mean, you can't visit back. You have the key. What do you mean visit back?
Yeah, man, you can visit back a thing, man. I can read it again or something.
You have a spot. I don't know if Ratty did tell you, but you have a spot.
Yeah.
Wait, sir. When I give me them little window, yeah.
You see how the big window? The big window you have now. The big window. Yeah.
Door that.
We never put your name there, no. You put it there. You have your spot.
Yeah, man. It's fundamental though, because these issues have to be resolved and unraveled if we are supposed to escape this macroeconomic deadlock, as I've coined it in my literature. So let's begin to be mindful of who we are and use our common sense to prevail.
Well, clearly we need to get back to simple things.
Yeah.
In order to make complex differences.
Exactly. Hey, that chat is tough.
Jojo.
And so with people like you, putting things, breaking it down into simple understanding for the common me, now we can move forward. We can turn to our kids, our children, and say, hey, listen, don't make the same mistake that we made. Yeah, we talk it all the time, but now they're living it. So now we can move out of this. We are in a place and a time where everything is at our disposal. It in our pocket.
True.
Because we have these devices. So, like you say, technology, Jamaica is in 1995. We need to do something within 2025 to move at least 3 years in this one.
And we need it. We definitely. So Rattigan, where me can listen to show meanwhile me I drive?
You can go to Reggae Global Radio.
You can WhatsApp me link. So we can stick a link and listen to your show if I anything.
Kevin, throw it. Kevin, I'll put it in the chat. You'll see it in the chat.
Oh, but that go come to
No, you'll get it right. You'll get it right. Kevin, my send you right.
Come to my computer, man. Send it to my WhatsApp now. 876-416-965.
I'll send it to you.
Right, please.
Before you go, let me just say that, a few days ago, I was elated when I spoke to Dr. Horton. And for this reason, he was actually having a conversation with some people. He was at an event, I guess, at somewhere. And he said to me, Rattigan, you know, say, me that talked to some elders about you not too long ago. And it struck a chord with me. I felt a certain sense of accomplishment that the word is getting out to people on the street now that, you know, tune into Rattigan, him have a message in bringing a lot of people, and him willing to listen and him willing to learn. Now that joy has been surpassed by your presence here today, because I'm telling you, the intellectual stimulation that not only I have received, but the audience, the panelists.
Mm-hmm.
You say that them not measure technology in Jamaica. Well, what just happened? We can't measure it. It's immeasurable. And I just want to thank you for coming on and presenting and educating and just basically laying out so that everybody, anybody can understand the message.
Respect,
And we look forward to having you again. And like I said, you know, we're at your disposal. I'll touch base with you because I know you're busy and school has start back and you have the 500 plus students and so. But you know, the invitation is there. You don't even need no invitation. You just call and say, "Brethren, I have some time and I want to come spend it with you." And
do some reasoning. All right.
Exactly.
Definitely.
So again, thank you for your time. And continue doing what you're doing, and much continued success, my brethren. Because we can see, through you, we can see the future. Because, like you said, we all have to start thinking like leaders. We can't depend on just one person and say, well, we are going to live through this one person. We all have to start saying, no, leadership is in me, and therefore, I have a duty and a responsibility.
Upon the page, me there upon the phone, but to come up with you, are you listening to Suit Reason with Rattigan?
So
click on the channel, click on the YouTube channel thing. What me click on?
I sent you a link on.
Oh, what on?
You can go YouTube.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I want to say, Uncle Will, Mr. Arton right here restored my faith in Jamaica and restored my faith in politics and Jamaica having a future. So each time I hear this man speak or his presence, it's just amazing. And I wish a lot of our politicians can look at Mr. Arton, as him say, you know, he can't be a politician, but he is a leader, a true leader, and a man who speak who he is and act who he is, no pretending. So big up, Sir Arton. I continue to learn from you, and I look forward to the great things to manifest in Jamaica so that we can have a desired future, which all of us want. So,
all right, gentlemen. Pure blessing.
You see it? You pick it up?
Man, I get it.
No, just go to YouTube. Just go to YouTube and just type in.
Just go on the link and you'll be good.
Oh yeah, I'm sending you. Jamaica send you a link.
Cause this is YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is both too. It's YouTube and Reggae Global Radio, so you can use any one of them. If you go to Google Reggae Global Radio, and you go.
All right, I'm live now. Teacher.
All right,
respect. Keep up the great work. Lots of blessings and love, everyone.
Yeah, man.
Right. Big every time.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely live.
Live though.
Yeah, people. Well, after a good start, you know, for the new year, this is the way we do it, you know. So we have to go find him for Jamaica, you know, because Kevin Stew. So go find him for Jamaica. Go find him for Jamaica.
Hey, through business and cover
reason, man. No, you know what? He came. You remember people, Dr. Knife said, you know, Dr. Knife was on the program, and Dr. Knife said, listen, this is the man when you want to talk about economics, not Jamaica. This is the man you have to talk. And I trusted that judgment, and it's confirmed. So we will definitely have him. He's not going to have a spot, all right, so we're just tune in and just have a reasoning. And like him say, I'm not come for no interview. I'm come for just reason with me and explain.
It's a good thing that we don't do that.
Yeah, we're reason around here. We reason around here. Reason with Rattigan. That's what we do around here.
Yeah.
No, Kevin, I mean, I was so enthralled, you know, with the reasoning that is that I completely forget the other. Me know me have to do, you know, we have the other things that we set up. No, me have to, which one of them we don't know, because should we do should we do the one with the minister when she come out and talk her nonsense, and then we just rubbish her up with the, or you know what, we can't save that. What we should actually do is, you think we should just jump to the manifesto? Because if we jump to the manifesto, then I can play this video here, this one here that you throw right here, this one here. People are gonna love this.
Let's do it, because here what it continues from where we just left off, talking about economics, and it
right.
helps to put things into perspective. So
right.
yes, let's go there.
All right, here we go, folks.
Within our first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to fix the date for general elections in Jamaica. So no government will be able to come and make false promises and hide the truth and tell you half-truths and trick you into voting for them, and then when them win, them throw on poison for you.
100 days for fixed election date, still I wait for the promise to fulfill. One broken promise after another. Laughable, as we say. None of your promise not fulfill yet, boss. So there you are.
Within the first 100 days of our government, we will start the legislative process to institute impeachment proceedings in Parliament. This will add another layer of protection of the Parliament to ensure that only members of unquestioned integrity sit in the Parliament.
All ministers under the new Jamaica Labour Party government will be given a job letter. That job letter has a timeline of 2 years and 6 months with key performance targets which are agreed upon by the cabinet, focused on two things: economic growth and job creation.
Andrew, you need to do what you said from 2016. You say you're going to put it on paper. So anything you put on paper, the MP have to work with it. So you need to do it now. I feel like, say, when you do that, the MP will do them work, and we will see work done in the community.
Within the first 100 days of government, we will start the legislative process to introduce term limits on the office of Prime Minister.
Andrew Holness, January, him break him promise, and nothing him say I'm going to do, you know, for the next 100 days, and now him not do nothing. Him not keep no promise, and him say I'm the promise keeper. What a promise, January star.
At a convenient time within our new government, we will hold a grand referendum on the CCJ, the Caribbean Court of Justice, as the final appellate court.
You make so much promise for us. Look how long you're in there. Nothing done. All for the COVID. They promised the people them $25,000. Nothing done. Huh? So what you expect me to do? Tell me, say if you sleep with the door and window open, and nothing done.
All right, folks, listen. Father used to tell me, and I'm sure all of you have heard this Jamaican phrase: a promise is a comfort to a fool. Now, we've seen this video many times over, and it resonates with us. Every time we see it, it's not just another video. It's a video about our leader saying what his plans are to make the country more prosperous, more democratic, more just, more transparent, and more accountable to the people. And some of you will use this video and you will say, yeah, you know, look at this, look at this. 5 things him said, or I think it's more than 5, maybe it's 7 or 8. Legislative process, we will begin it within 100 days to do this and to do that, term limits, this, that. Or at a convenient time, we will have a referendum on this and on that. How we use that. I want you to understand, people, that it just didn't start there. Didn't start there. We are going to show you something now. And it's open source. It's publicly available. It might not be available after today, but for now you can see it. It's called a manifesto. And a manifesto, in and of itself, is essentially a promise to the people that these are the things I am going to do for you. Particularly, it's used, that term, it's used generally in a political way, where a candidate or a party, they come out with a policy or policies. They tell you about the direction they want to take the country. And the purpose of that is to inform and also to convince, so that we move in unison. We support our leader and we say, yes, that's how we want to go. But don't depend on this video and say, well, then it's just it start. Because I can show you a document. I'm going to show you 2 documents right now. And we're just going to skip through them. We're just going to skip through them. And I'm going to show you 2 documents where dozens of promises were made. Dozens. And we need to highlight them. We need to highlight the video you just saw, but we need to complement. I want to say complement, not PLI, but PLE. Not compliment as in you issue praise on it, but as if you put it together. You say, okay, we are look on this and we have add this one to it, right? And you're going to find that the man has shown us his 2 colors. He has shown us his colors from 2016 when they put out this manifesto. Even before that, we have something else we're going to show you when they make big promises to the diaspora about seats in the Senate. And we're going to show you where him say, no, him have no appetite for it. Never did. He sold us a bill of goods. And so now we could turn to the first document. Manifesto 2016. This is what he used to say to the Jamaican people, my party and I are going to provide you with prosperity because you're not prospering right now. And we're going to do things that you haven't seen in quite some time. And we're going to do it in unison with you. You're going to join us on this journey. And one of the things that he stressed, and I'm going to show you, he stressed jobs, jobs, jobs. The impression was that people were unemployed. And so the solution to all of the ills of society, or to the most of the ills, was to get people working. Get them being productive members of society. Make them earn a salary so that they can buy into the economy. You know, supply and demand and a salary. Good formula. Here we go. And I just hope that people take the time to go through this, because we're going to skim through this, because we have to show you We're going to show you this document and we're going to show you the 2020 manifesto. And remember, the manifesto is a promise in make to you, like the gentleman said. Him proclaim, the prime minister, that him are the promise keeper, but him not keep no promise. All right? Now, here we go. The thing has slipped though, Kevin. You know what I'm going on. All right. I'm going to run through it, people. All right. Hold on. You can see that. You can see that, Jamaica, Kevin.
Reduced one click. There you go. No, you can line it
Same
up.
say. We are focused on both gross domestic product, the one we just contract. But when we just contract, where the good doctor said that we're in a recession, right? I want the man I tell you in 2016 said it's not good. I'm gonna fix it, and we are focused on gross domestic product and general well-being, right? That's another one. He says so that we can provide many of our nurses, police, teachers, and young people who have acquired reasonable skills with all kinds of opportunity. Look at the categories of people: nurses, police, teachers. We notice him left out the doctors, them, but nurses, police, teachers are them people that around left Jamaica, Them people around left Jamaica.
Doctor get big money.
Yeah, and in 2016, are them people we take care of all of them people. No, let me just take this down to one so that we can go fast. All right. Yeah. Them say we are. Put it up there. All right. So we are coming back to pull the shell-shocked urban areas back to life. So the urban areas shell-shocked, devastated economically and otherwise. Crime, rife with crime. So we will come back and we are going to deal with it. That is his opening statement. And then him come with all of these things here. And I'm going to show you how him going to make things different. And it always come with 10-point, 5-point, 15-point plan. Come with a 10-point plan for growth. Oh, look on that one here. Look on this, people. Remember now, this is 2016. You see what I'm saying right now? We will fix Jamaica's water infrastructure. Let me make it bigger. Can I see your phone a while ago, Jamaica? So hold on. See it here. We will fix Jamaica's water infrastructure. Now, keep in mind, people, he's asking, when you run for election, what you ask for one term at a time. So he's saying in 2016, because nothing is guaranteed. So I'm saying, look, if you not vote me in this term, I am going to fix the water infrastructure. So I'm saying, we will fix Jamaica. We will make strategic capital investments in water. Jamaica is not short of water. This government in my talk about the PNP, this government does not know how to manage the water situation. People, you can't make this up, The 10-point plan, the video me just show you. Even talk about water tonight, Nope. So this is another one. This is another one where him feel fulfill, right? And him said the investment in water will reduce the impact of drought on the economy and will also boost agriculture and housing construction. Boost agriculture. People, don't forget the agriculture sector is shrinking. We are import more now than ever before in terms of produce. Just remember that. So them the other things to keep in mind. Now him said we will create a special council of investment ambassadors. I guess it mean Mr. Michael Leachen, it mean Mr. Arbin Hill, it mean Dr. Clark and others, right? And him said them ambassadors, and Mr. Stewart from Sandals fame. Him say all them guys and them are gonna go out, and them are gonna seek out large investors from around the world and bring them to Jamaica. And people do not forget that in 2017, they made a trip to Israel. And when Mr. Michael Leachen was interviewed, he made it abundantly clear that the purpose was economic, was to get Israeli firms to come and invest in Jamaica. That was the purpose of that trip, among other things. There was some discussion about spyware. We won't talk about that right now, but forget that. All right. Then I'm going to say all of our young people who are not in a job or currently in school will have the opportunity to develop their knowledge, skills, and attitude through a national apprenticeship program and a national service program. No, I don't hear about it. So we have to ask Jamaics, you know anything about this thing here? And has it benefited anybody you know of? The National Apprenticeship Program. That's a program itself. And a national service program where they earn a stipend whilst gaining a skill, certification, or work experience.
I saw once him brought somebody from his constituency in the House of Parliament speaking about that, but I guess it's for a selective few. I don't know what is the requirement to get those type of things, but not in the wider public. I have no knowledge of.
Well, look, the Prime Minister. Go ahead, sir.
You said you saw once where one person from his constituency was brought in to talk about it.
Yes, man. Because remember,
did that one person benefit from the program?
They said that they have benefited from it, but in and around my community, anybody as I search far and wide, I don't know one person who benefit from that apprenticeship program.
All right. Because here's the thing, language is very important, you know. And when you put out a manifesto, you're making promises to people, so you have to be very careful about how you do it. You can't be reckless. And he used the word. Look at the first word in the highlighted sentence. First word is all. In the says some are those who qualify. All our young people who are not in a job.
Or shows ownership.
Right.
So all our is he speaking on behalf of the country or he's speaking on behalf of the party?
I see where you're going.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It couldn't show ownership and then come out with something called national. It would have to say all our people, we will get them in an apprenticeship program. But when you say national, you talk about all of Jamaica. And it's one national service program.
The party is spread across the nation.
Well,
so
I don't think the Prime Minister would take kindly to you and say, well, Mr. Prime Minister, what you actually meant was that we'll take care of the JLP people only, JLP youth only. I don't think you must say that.
But
hey, language is important. And I would say context matters. If this is how I interpret it within this context, I am correct.
But you know why Kevin said that? No, because that green. You see everything in green 9 and everything. That's why Kevin said that. You know? And by the way, people, Kevin, I tell me I put it in a green this morning. I'm tell them say no, we can't do that. Because we don't want to make it seem partisan. Kevin, I said no, put in a green because I them say it. Right? So I put that orange and Kevin tell me no. Put that green. That's what Kevin tell me. Because I them say it, so put that green. Kevin can't go back at Jamaica anytime, so
not happening.
He can't go. Kevin can't go. So look at number 10. The man said, we will revitalize and rebuild our town centers and cities. Another question I have to ask is when you're going to do all of them things there? I mean, when you do this, you know, it's only one term at a time. You can't say, well, then, you know, you can't do this. You can't come out with a platform like this and say, we're going to do it in 15 years from now, because it would presuppose that that you're going to have 3 terms, right? And that would be a little bit, it would be uppity. It would be contemptuous for you. It just wouldn't sound right for you to come and ask for 1 term and you tell them to have plans for 3 terms. You know, it wouldn't sound right. So I don't know, but him saying going to do all them things there. But it get better, I know. It get better. Let me just slide. Oh, here's another one too. If you're over, according to this chart here, if you're over 55, you're going to get free doctor visit and hospital care. If you're over 55, free. And you're going to get tests. Whole heap of tests for the early detection of illness. So when the machine broke down, we still have got to test you with the broke down machine.
Wow.
What is the retirement age in Jamaica?
I don't know what the retirement is. I think it depends on the industry you're in and the company you work for. But it says 55 plus here. Go ahead.
Well, it is 60 for, well, it's no moving. It's
Yeah. For the DPP. For the DPP.
It don't become a running. Yes.
I know people don't ask certain questions, but I do it all the time.
You know, Kevin, listen, Kevin, that was a setup. I'm retired funeral now. You?
No,
Kevin.
we'll skip past this because, you know.
You understand what I'm asked though? Because somebody at 55 would more than likely still be working and have some type of insurance.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a moot statement.
Here's
but
one.
it's pretty on paper though.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here's one for you, Jamaics. The laser beam of the next government, meaning he's talking about his government, because they were out of government at the time. Laser, well, not out of ruling. The laser beam of the next government's attention will be on providing our young people with reasonable skills training and jobs. Now, Kevin, I make the point that when him say our young people, he might talk about, could possibly be talking about JLP, young people. That's what he might talk about.
The one that him know.
The one.
It could mean everybody. It could mean everybody, right?
You know, I want a question right there. The jobs that he speak about, is he the one that builds the hotels? Is the one that builds the BPO sector? So how is he providing?
I guess he provides support by the perks that he's giving all of these companies.
To exploit
the concessions. Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Understanding.
Look at this one. It says right here, in the case of water catchment and storage, for example, our plans for promoting water harvesting mean that people will be employed to install the gutters and roofs and prepare catchment tanks. Now tell me, is this happening, people? See it here. If you don't think me a lie. In the case of water catchment and storage, for example, our plans for promoting water harvesting mean that people will be employed to install the gutters on roofs and prepare catchment tanks.
I want to say something quickly on the water system.
Go ahead.
They said that they will fix the water problem in 2016. And contrary to that, people in Westmoreland was protesting about water. And you also had tourists that was out there helping them to protest. And you have the Princess Hotel that was open the other day in December. That hotel had all the water it needed for construction, and I never hear once it opened the people have any water problem. But in the manifesto in 2016, and we just came out of 2024, so 1 + 1 are equal 3, same way. The hotel speak about reverse osmosis, which is a 3 filtration process of moving water from non-potable to potable water. The hotel said that them do that, but the Jamaican people can't find them water, and at a point in time, them scratch off the name of scratch off the truck from sewage and to put it to water truck.
Right.
And I can't understand how is that fixing the water problem. And we fast forward in 2024 and the people were protesting. So no,
I'll tell you something else. When I get to the 2020, this is 2016. When I get to the 2020, you're going to this. You're going. That's why I'm trying. You're going to the same thing. You're going to the same thing. All right. So, and then what I want to do is I want to play my heroine, Jeanette Calder's piece on how you should view government, and so people can understand, right? As Doc was saying, that you have to find leadership within yourself as well. Mean that you have to take action. It's about educating, but it's also about taking action. So we know said this not happen. between 2016 to 2020. We know that never happened. Job creation. Let me see what else we have here. All right. Here's where we get to the jobs part now. I'm saying solving the water problem and the energy problem will also lead to more jobs, right? Everything will lead to more jobs because we are going to hire people for put up gutters, jobs, right? And we are talking about jobs that pay good money. Water, again, to reduce the strain on water supply, each house must harvest its rainwater. This requires gutters, barrels, or tanks and proper filtration to be installed. So I must say, more work. And see to IASO. This side here, it says training and employing people to do these installations could create 5,000 jobs in the first year of implementation, growing to 10,000 after 5 years. I want to know, because them did now 9 years, and this is 2016. I want to know in 2021 if there are 10,000 people installing gutters, making money.
I want to know if they had 5.
I wonder if it ever started.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Because, and again, this now goes back to the economics class that we just got. We have more people doing the same amount of work as that less people were doing before. So I got to hire more people to do this job that people currently exist can do. How are we going to train them? Who are going to train them? What's the cost of training them? I didn't see where any of these questions were asked in 2016. So I'm asking in retrospect now with my 2020 vision.
Okay.
So, but please proceed, sir.
Okay. Then he's talking about solar energy, and here it is now. More jobs than the people. Jamaica full of jobs. I don't know why people not working.
That's why unemployment is down now.
Yeah, here it is. Here it is again. Installation of solar panels and solar water heaters on homes, hotels, and businesses can create another 5,000 jobs. Then go right here. In the public sector, an additional 1,500 jobs in training and installing alternative energy sources like water pumping, lighting of public business, etc. Then go to alternative energy sources. Him said to produce more bagasse for alternative energy production, the growing of more sugarcane or bagasse board, whatever, and well, they won't make it in a board, they would use it for burn for fuel, will result in more income for farmers and up to 4,000 more seasonal jobs in agriculture. And technicians to manage new activities for the conversion of waste to energy will create up to 500 more jobs. That 1,000, how much jobs the man are create?
So,
Man, not you know. Look at this.
Let's do some quick maths. Quick. There was 4,500 right this alone. There was another 5,000. We was taking the first 5 years. There was another 5,000. That's 95. That's 9,500. And before that, there was another 1,500. So that's 11.
It's 20 up yourself. It's 20 or so.
That's 31,000 that we're going to now in manufacturing, agribusiness.
And look down at the bottom, another 3.
So, okay, let's do those. Oh,
see a big one here, 30.
Hold on, go on. By my rough calculation, reach
another big one here, 20.
Okay, so about 85,000, right? So,
right. That will not finish it.
You see why, Doctor?
Hold on. See another big one here, 30 to 40,000
in 5 to 7 years, and that is in which business,
BPO,
call center,
big place in both. Right?
Look at see a bigger one here, 50.
We're at 100,000 jobs in.
This 100,000 jobs I'm gonna create, right? Oh, here's another one, 30.
130,000.
That's an 130 in 5 years. 5 years. All right. Now, what about governance now? Him said his party I got tackle corruption in an uncompromising manner. Tackle corruption in an uncompromising manner. Don't forget, people, this is the same man who just went to court.
I just want to ask.
Go ahead.
Corruption or anti-corruption? Which one we're tackling?
That's true. Well, we are the junior minister in the ministry of you set it up for me from lick it down, right? We have the junior minister, the athlete in the ministry of national security, the one with zero law enforcement experience or security experience, who said that we're fighting against anti-corruption. So
corruption.
Yes, Miss Juliet. I call her name, Miss Juliet Cuthbert Flynn. She's the one.
Well,
right.
It wasn't hearsay.
No,
So-
it came straight out of her mouth.
Okay.
And guess what? She was reading it. It never just come out of her head. She was a read it. She wrote it down. Some thought went into it.
Somebody wrote it down.
And she read it.
That's
If me read that, I'm say anti-corruption, I stop right this up. Stop from reach anti, me stop and say, wait, what go on here? First of all, I would have read the thing before going up there and reading it.
A smart person would do that.
Yeah, you know, grab things from people and go up on stage, go read.
It's probably running late.
So I'm saying, you know, we simply must bring an end to the incident of institutionalized injustice, abuse of power, and rampant corruption. This is 2016 now. This is before Marissa Dalrymple Philibert. This is before Leslie Campbell. This is before. So we must get rid of it. And here, look, under Labour Party government, officials exercising authority will be held strictly accountable and rigid sanctions will be imposed on persons found guilty of the abuse of power. So, one, if I'm not going to support a prison term for Leslie Campbell, him have to support a prison term for him.
As a reason, guilt, then why would he support his punishment?
Yeah?
If he doesn't support his guilt, why would he support his punishment?
Well, him can't fight against the guilt. Coming to an appeal, I go through. Me say, the man found guilty and that's it. And sentencing is drawing nigh. So, JP government introduced automated business processes to reduce bureaucracy. Now, people, remember what this minister, the lady Dana Morris Dixon, who said that the reason why we have the 3 trillion unaccountable funds was because of there's a system that was implemented and look, this is 2016. I'm talking about introduce automated business processes to reduce bureaucracy. This is 2016, and then come 2024 and tell you, say, we had a system, we put in a system. The system went in 2018, that system went in. 2018, that system went in.
But a point, Sir Will.
Yes.
Remember, in 5 years' time, there's a 130,000 jobs, right? And just go to the Acura system, which they haven't been able to understand all now, right? The new system from 2018. You remember Dr. Artin said that we're still behind in terms of technology. We're still at
1995.
Yes.
If you are people working, you know what technology does? Is to cut the job and the time, right?
Yeah, make it more efficient.
It boosts efficiency.
Right.
And that drives productivity.
Yeah.
Right? So you see why we're struggling in Jamaica? You see why? Because you can't master a system to keep bureaucracy, as you said. Right? For make the bookwork up to date. So why are we paying these people? Kevin, please answer. Why are we paying these people?
Hold on there. As Kevin has said, hold on upon the dangerous part of the call. You hear them say, you talk about efficiency. Our prime minister in 2016 realized that Jamaica was inefficient in providing services, and there was a redundancy. And so what did he say? He said, we as a party and as a government, we have to reduce the number of ministries we have. Yes. Yes, man. See that, sir? See that? There needs to be a reduction in the number of ministries and a more appropriate allocation of responsibilities. So if this is the question in 2016, if this is a position, why the hell did we create Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs when it could have fit, when we could have the same responsibilities under the Ministry of Justice? Why? Why?
Dementia.
Him said right here, we have too much ministries. We need to cut them down because an appropriate allocation of responsibilities, because overlapping and blah, 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 redundancy. So what we do, we're going to just become leaner, more efficient. Why is it that they did not move the Attorney General, Mrs. Malahoo Ford, put her under Mr. Delroy Chuck and tell her, okay, you're responsible for dealing with the Constitution and letting our people learn some civics lessons. How about that? Why you go create a new ministry, Mr. Prime Minister? People, these are the things when I tell you how much promises them make, you know. Go into the manifesto, that's what the promises them there, you know. The promises them we make, where we put up and things that we talk about. Them in this too, you know. But only no see that one, yeah. So we need to ask him, how come is it that we could have put the same function of the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs under Ministry of Justice? How come we could have done that, but we never do that? We go out and create a new ministry, spend, at my understanding is that it's over $1 billion it takes to create a new ministry, because you have to get buildings and you have to get new stationery and you hire more people and you have to do this and you have to do that and more government resources you have to throw at it. Go ahead, sir.
And also paying for the unoccupied building. So it's Alzheimer's. I believe it's Alzheimer's. And
no
people.
No. Yeah. No, our prime minister is also he also said that, listen, I'm the one who shepherded the Integrity Commission Act in 2017. I shepherded this thing out, right? And take it over from opposition leader Mark Golden, because it was the creation of that, the genesis of that was in the Ministry of Justice headed by Mark Golden, the prior administration. It wasn't completed. So him take it over and him say, yeah, we are done with this thing. And him do it. And him said, listen, when him did the speech, him said, two people. This is 2016 now, no people. We are going to talk about what happened in 2017. All of these promises are 2016. And then him said, listen, two people. The public will see they will see an abbreviated form of their statutory declaration, a summary. And the two people will be the minister, the prime minister, and the leader of the opposition. That's what I'm saying. And it's written, it's in the law. But in 2016, what him said, see it, yeah? In 2016, him said 3 people. See it, yeah? Prime Minister, leader of the opposition, and Minister of Finance. So we want to see, we would have seen when Nigel Amek, when Nigel, Dr. Clark. We would have seen when Dr. Clark, Dr. Clark making money and wait there and all of that. But look, in 2016, him say, yeah, we want all 3. And 2017, him pass a law and him say, no, take out the Ministry of Finance. We want the Ministry of Finance just sata. Want him to sit down right there, so. Because I might have to draw for the Minister of Finance. I mean, I want to draw and then me involved and the Minister of Finance involved. That not going to look good. You know, one way after them. Then him come with him 2/3 mandatory that the appointment to sensitive posts be approved by a 2/3 majority in each House of Parliament. And look who they upon it, DPP. TPP. People don't see the promises them with the man I make. All right. Whoa. Me get it, Kevin. Me show them that one there. But I'm going to show them anyway. All of you members in the diaspora who love the Prime Minister, you can love him for his promises, you know. But you must also despise him for failing to fulfill those promises. You can't just make him give you promises and you take it and then him don't fulfill them and you say, well, they promised me. That's no sanky, no sing so. And that's how it works. You make a promise, fail to fulfill the promise, you must be held accountable.
True.
All of you who in the diaspora who raise the issue about representation in the Senate, we are going to talk about that. Come on, microphone.
I beg us.
Yeah, they might work with me now. Might work against me. But this is something that was discussed prior to 2016, prior to this manifesto. And we're going to get into it later on. Kevin tell me every day, every Saturday, Kevin said, you keep on putting up all of them topics and you cannot finish them. That's what Kevin tell me. Kevin is right. But me also have to say, Kevin tell me if I put things in a green, I'm have to fight him and tell him, say, no, I'll put them in a yellow, because we don't want to sound like, we're partisan, because we're not. But all of you in the diaspora, look on this.
I'm going to cut up my passport.
Look on that. For those of you who can't see, let me big it up here. See it there.
That is it.
Now, again, pay attention. Language is important. We will explore the possibility. Explore, meaning to look at. But we look at it and we look away from it.
Hold on. He explored the possibility, and there was a point in time. That's why I'm saying this report here is not this positive of the issue, because later on I will show you where him say him support. Him gone beyond exploring now. And him say I support. And him cut it from 3 now to 1. But the 3 what I'm talking about right here, 1 was supposed to be a member of the clergy, 1 from the diaspora, and I don't remember whether there were 2 from the diaspora and 1 from the clergy. But the clergy was involved in that, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that they supported it in 2016. They supported it before 2016. In fact, in 2017, they openly supported it at a town hall meeting. No, 2016. In 2016, in September 2016, because this was like about January 2016 or thereabouts, because the election was February, I believe, in 2016. And in September of 2016, they came out and they said, not only are we trying to come up with a mechanism so that you can be represented in the Senate, but we're also coming up with a mechanism so that you can vote. And then all of a sudden, we don't hear nothing more. But Sita people, Sita, we have more.
The Rattigan?
Yes, sir.
Right. He said that words are very important.
Right.
Very important. That's all I have to say.
And then him start talk about the efforts to create the Integrity Commission. And it's interesting because let me just put this on. Look on this. Well, let me take it off. No, it can't go. You see right there, so no cover-ups. You see that? No more. No, him said no more. So I admit that there are cover-ups. I'm saying
there are and there were cover-ups.
Yeah, no more cover-ups. Right?
And he's aware of said cover-ups.
Yeah. And this is coming from the party of which he's the president, because I input the forward, input the big thing at the front, So we have to attribute this to him as well, because otherwise he wouldn't put him signature upon it. Signature means that he must assent to this, he must agree with this. All right. Him say, they must give special resources to Public Administration and Appropriations Committee so that they are more effective and blah, 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 blah. Now, look at this. Tougher penalties for breach of integrity in public office. So, I guess he's talking about my main man right now, and that is Mr. Leslie Campbell. He says swift and appropriate sanctions will be imposed for breaches of the laws which relate to public service and governance, particularly as they relate to the Corruption Prevention Act, the Financial Administration and Audit Act, blah, blah, blah. All of this formed into the Integrity Commission Act. So him said tougher penalties for breach of integrity in public office. He should come out now and boldly condemn what Mr. Leslie Campbell did and said, no, we cannot support him. Make him face justice. But we haven't heard anything.
Well, hold on 1 second. 1 second, Mr. Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
If I use in Mr., you know that I'm addressing something here. And it's not even something you said or something you did. I'm addressing something that I just read in the chat. Miss Janet Jones, how una people feel know a lot of you people help in the degradation of our fragile country downfall. How una live with yourself. All right. Let me address a few things here. You can't take yourself out of it. So you can't say you people because we're all in this. And I don't know where you stand, if you're affiliated with one party or another. Really and truly, I know Kevin Stew don't stand for any party. The only party I stand for is the one that I play at.
At 8 o'clock.
I stand for representing the people, and I stand for the growth and development of our country. Whomever it is in power at the time, if they're not doing their job, I'm going to talk about what they're not doing. If they're doing their job, I will talk about what they are doing. So the mere fact that the JLP is currently in power and the JLP have made promises or representatives of, and those have not been fulfilled, we collectively had a part to play in that because we sat back and watched it. We allowed it to happen. These people are answering to us. They are employed by us, but that is why they don't have to come to us in order to get their jobs.
There you go.
Please understand this. And for anybody coming in and Jackie Thomas, this one is for you, all my PNP friends, the JLP friends. Tell them good evening too. All I keep is friends when I do have them. I don't care which color flag you fly under. Listen, the sooner we get away from this party politics thing and start looking at what is happening with our government. And our government is made up of two main parties. Look at what our government is doing and how we are responding and communicating with our government. The sooner we get to that point is the sooner we can start seeing some viable solutions. Because at that point now we sit down and we discuss issues and stop talking about foolishness, who run yellow, green, purple, blue, which color you want to run. I said, big up still. No. So get to the mind right. And please don't make me have to interrupt the flow again. Please. And thanks.
All right. Well done. I think Janet said we don't understand our comments, and I think she'll try to clarify it. But,
I talk for everybody. I address everybody.
Kevin, have the microphone, so Kevin had DJ for everybody. So he must say this goes for everybody. We have to support Kevin. So, big up yourself, Isaac Buchanan.
Blessings all. Greetings.
Isaac, blessings to you.
Yes, sir.
That are a bulletproof vest. I don't understand what kind of vest that you have on.
Him about more than
I'm
with
in Portland Eastern.
I don't know what I mean.
You be worried?
Isaac, I'm glad you're here. Let me jump on this. With the Prime Minister and the JLP promised in 2016 that they were going to abolish circuit courts and replace them with permanent high courts. To the best of your knowledge, has this taken place?
Absolutely not. In fact, one of the reasons why some of these cases take so long is because the circuit sits for a very short while. It's very frustrating to my colleagues on the other side because everything is musical chairs. So oftentimes some of the judges sit, and the circuit means anything outside of the home circuit. So you have the Westmoreland circuit, in the different parishes, and they don't sit right through. So if you have a trial, it certainly lasts. It can last a very long time, especially if it's not completed within the circuit. And so it either doesn't start, and you have a lot of persons who are either languishing in prison on pre-trial without bail or on bail or in excess of 8-9 years.
All right. So, folks, you see that? That's another promise. That has not been fulfilled 9 years after it was made. All right. So I want somebody, and there's a reason why we put these up and up so that them can't say I'm me saying no. This is coming from the party, signed off by the then leader of the opposition, who has been the prime minister going on 9 years. Right. So there's no argument here about the promises made and the promises not kept. Here's another one. We will declare no crime zones in critical public spaces in which a zero tolerance approach will be taken to even the smallest infraction of the law. I thought speak to us about that, no? The no crime zones.
No crime zones. No, you see, those are only zones when the prime minister calls a state of emergency.
Okay.
The general declared. So there's no such thing. Is this a part of the first 100 days manifesto? Is it something you're reading from?
This is 2016. This is not even the 2021. This is the 2016. We're going to get to the 2021 next week.
There's a first 100 days or current approach to treat it to offenders with effective and requires urgent reform. We will take steps within the first 100 days in office to enact or amend laws making provisions for. Oh God, that wasn't done either.
Okay, so you see, even that practice the 100-day thing for a while, because the 100-day thing I think was 2020, around September 2020, August, September 2020, him come out with that. But see, him practice the 100-day thing from 2016, people. So I don't think it's something novel when him come up with it in 2020. That's something him practice, and that's something him feel at. Him feel at it from 2016. So Isaac said none of them things, and Isaac should know, because Isaac is a practitioner in the system, and he's saying that none of them things are not happen. Here's another one again, 7 within our first year in office. Community-based policing. We need Chairman Ron James to rock down this way, but Isaac, do you know anything about construction or the deployment of 30 small police posts in areas identified as crime hotspots?
Can I answer to that? I can say that they have refurbished several police stations. I can give that to them.
How about this one here? A minimum of 15 joint police military posts in high ground areas which criminals regularly occupy or retreat. You know anything about that one?
Possibly set up in Dubai.
In Dubai. How about this one? That they would make it a policy that every housing development consisting of 400 or more units must have a post to accommodate community policing officers.
I wonder if Least Flat have it.
You know, that's exactly where my mind went.
The piece of property about 400 alone.
Them reach 800, 728. What is the number now?
Look at this one. We will set aside a share of 2% of the road maintenance budget to build out CCTV systems. Me none of Jamaica I talk about. Me none of Jamaica I talk about in that 2016. But that's what he said. All right. Now, I'll go by yourself.
But you just went so fast with that one. Isn't Jamaica I broke down?
Blinded.
The eye closed
No, I
right
just
now.
want Jamaica, you're here with me now. Is Jamaica I broke down because they had a budget. They had set aside 2% of the budget for maintenance of Jamaica I.
Jamaica pink
So
eye.
I don't know what's happening there.
I don't know who thumped Jamaica eye in the eye, but it's not opening up, as the minister said. I don't know if it's the smartest thing to do to publicize it, but he has done it. I don't know. I don't know.
We had Kevin, I don't see it here, but we had something about the Jamaica eye. We had it.
It is keep going to the left.
Left. Oh, see it here? Hey, look at this. That's a 2%.
Yeah, that's the CCTV footage that they have a budget for. They're saying it's problem.
See, then our main man right as I talk, you know. A smile to when him talk. Him says significant number of Jamaica cameras down, says Chan. Now, what is interesting is that him said this reality is that maintenance is a problem. No, him talk about this not 2016, you know, people. 2016, him talk about, you know. Say him going to put 2% of the road maintenance budget towards building out this CCTV. 2016. Look on the date of this article, yeah. 2024. See it, yeah. You know, see something wrong with that, people.
But Mr. Rattigan,
yes, sir.
What is at play right here? Even if the money was allocated, right? There's no maintenance work. So how them expect to keep something? Imagine if you don't brush your teeth them now gonna get yellow and drop out and something. So me not understand. Nobody take notice of the maintenance process. The road them gone bad because no maintenance. The hospital them gone bad because there's no maintenance. The police car them, the police station them gone down because there's no maintenance. JUTC gone down because there's no maintenance. If him in a 2016 see the need to build out Jamaica Eye, and then in a 2024 you're coming and saying that they're down. Now you waste the Jamaican people money. You not show incompetence that you don't realize that maintenance is a major part of the process.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Kevin, link me up with 2016 there.
100% increase.
Link me up back with 2016. I mean, about 2016 gone, jump to 2020.
You know, time flies.
You know, I see it, man.
But when you look at it, you know, when you're looking at the society, ignorance is rewarded and hard work is shunned. Because only thing a man like Isaac get is a big up in the paper, and Mr. Blind Eye got a national award. We don't add that award.
See it there? See it there?
Isaac probably had too much work.
That's true.
Yeah.
No, that's not it.
No, it is not. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it got deleted. I don't know what happened. It jumped off.
It's Isaac's fault. It's alright, we'll bring it back. It's Isaac's fault.
People, they say, you know why I touch a 2020 and show no what happened, you know. Because the 2020 worse than 2016, you know, in terms of the promises. You know.
It can't get worse than that. Isaac never there from the start.
No.
It's bad, man. It's really, really bad. It's rotten. Oh, God.
Like that.
Hold
Sorry.
on. I'll fix it up here.
It's not necessarily bad enough, Jamaica. It's empty promises.
Oh. So
Let us pick up where
we know about the promised land, and this man is the promised man.
Oh, we're on there. All right, Tita. All right. Oh, see, Martha, so them say we will also give an incentive for commercial companies. Remember to invest in CCTVs and link them to the police network. Now, Kevin, let me just jump back to the article with him. I talk about the article with him. I talk about the
Jamaica Eye.
Jamaica Eye.
Over to the left.
Right, that's all right. Yeah. Remember, I'm saying we're going to find a company and we're going to have that company do the maintenance and thing. Look what I'm saying right here. Look what I'm saying right here.
Maintenance problem.
Him says, since we have gone digital with the telecommunication system, nobody in the country has an effective island-wide technology maintenance system. No, 2016, the man said, yes, we're going to give it out to a company and have them. 2016, him said that. 2024, him said, nobody on the island can maintain it. You don't think about this before you talk.
I swear.
Look what I'm saying. Him said, there is no national body with a full maintenance program. There are a significant number of cameras that are down. I see my smile when I talk there. You know. Ginal. I him say that. Him say that. And I think him say, I think further down in the article, him said there's only one company. Yeah, here it is. Him said we're negotiating with a new company that is willing to go in and establish the system. Here it is. Chang said only one company has shown ability to set up the operation required to do the maintenance of the cameras. You tell me this in a 2024 and in a 2016 you say, yeah, we'll get a company that we're going to deal with the maintenance. And you have nothing in place. But you just freely, like I said, say, make empty promises to people. And the whole of go, yeah. We support the thing. Because we trust you. We trust that the things that are required, you will make sure so that they're taking, everything is taken care of. We trust that. But let me go back to the 2016. We have to finish up and we have to talk to Isaac about the although I'm saying no theme thing still, but we have to talk to him about the tablet drive and all of that. No, you hear him say right there, so no. Them say them are going look at them buy. Them take the box approach to building police mobility during the first 2 years in office by purchasing 600. Look at them look at what come after 600 used motor vehicles. How you can have your first responders them I buy used motor vehicles, used where anybody can buy it off of the lot. You don't get nothing with a reliable, durable transmission, engine, suspension, brakes. That is what you need for the Jamaican roads. And you give to your first response, you police them, and you buy used.
National security is of no importance to the current government, and they illustrate it over and over. Tell you that from 2016, them have somebody for work on the camera. We not see it. Come and tell us that the camera them down. I use used car to try to be effective in a society that is high in crime. It simply illustrates that them not care about crime fighting, and then come and laugh about it.
4 o'clock this morning, 4 o'clock, between 4 and about 4:35. Actually, it was earlier than that. Me had the ATIs, and one of the things I ask about is this. I ask them about the vehicles. I ask them about how much ambulances want to have, where them assign, how many vehicles want to have. How many of them inoperable? All them questions them I asked this morning. While them asleep, me I ask the questions. So when I'm going to the office Monday morning, them I go see the questions, them I wait upon them. But that is where it take. You have to be persistent. Look at this. Them say them are going to achieve full literacy and numeracy by the end of primary school. Me not think them reach that. Look on the next one. Reducing violence and antisocial behavior. Me not think that the one they reach neither. Not on the videos them when me see I come out of school with students that beat up teacher and teacher beat up students.
With regards to the police vehicles, Art Nels Reed said, in my area we have 5 to 6 officers on patrol in one vehicle. 5 to 6 in one what kind of vehicle? And what kind of patrol am I doing? Them not a patrol, them I look for somebody.
Look at this one here. Maybe Isaac can answer this first, or Jamais. They said they're going to remove mandatory school fees at secondary schools by increasing funds per child in the national budget. Is that true? Based on what you know?
Based on what I know, I don't know nothing of this. I'm not really engaged with anybody that goes to secondary school. But this is news. I don't know about this, honestly. First time reading it.
From 2016, I knew.
I guess I'm not an informed Jamaican. Please.
That one is a tricky one, though.
Please.
All right.
It's tricky because you're not supposed to, if you're in secondary, you're not supposed to be paying school fees. What the schools have done is to have a stipend that you are to pay, and it's a practice that I guess they're trying to say that they're going to cut out the practice by supplementing what the schools would want. But I mean, I can't even say if it was ever done.
Here's another one.
Because we've had so many, we'll have such mess at the Ministry of Education. They were busy having the money escaping nearby bushes.
902 billion of it
gone. So we can't speak to what the reality of what is there.
Here's another one. They're going to provide annual maintenance support for all schools.
Not done. Teachfield in Portland. There. Anyway, let me leave that one.
Remove.
Their schools are not being maintained when it rains. It leaks, all of that. So they've neglected the schools all across Jamaica.
Okay. So
there's a gentleman from CVM TV, I think George something in name. When the uncontested by-election was going on in Northeast Centre, people just coming out of Beryl, people were saying, why is it that the government don't prioritize the rebuilding of school and refurbishing of school? That gentleman had said that he preferred that the government uphold the right of having the constitutional right of having the by-election. And I'm saying, people were saying, why not prioritize the school? So with that saying that every year, you said annually they would refurbish high schools, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that man said better we use the 30 million on the by-election and to hell with the schools, for lack of better word. Sorry.
You know what I was going to do? I was going to show, because we talk about the Ministry of Education. I was going to show this and then cut over to the report that Jam put together from the information provided by the Auditor General and show you that despite what you're saying here, we can go back and show that almost for the entire time that this government has been in place, based on the report that we've seen for 9 years, that they were even paying people who left the ministry. Some of them, I suspect they are foreign, yeah. And them still have a check I got to them. And them gone. It's not a retirement check either. Not a retirement check. So cash them check.
All right, so Marcia Ramsey said I paid school fee up to August of last year. and at secondary school, Marcia. And Loy says, I'm an educator in the US, and it's the worst I've seen. Students migrating from Jamaica, most of them coming in now cannot read. You're a teacher at what level, Loy?
Well, Kevin, if them say them got full literacy coming out of primary school, it can't be somebody who like high school level. Then it can't be. It must be below primary school level.
No, Mr. Rattigan, you will be surprised. Listen to the music in Jamaica. When the youth them tell us say them dunce are real. No disrespect. Only 18% of our youths that did CXC last year got 5 subjects or more. So that should tell you when you say the high in crime, the high crime and violence, you know that it's because of what them are saying. So them are telling them reality. So you won't be surprised that it is high school that they're talking about. The youth have attention about schoolwork.
Like I'm at an elementary level.
Yeah, teaching the 4th grade.
Yeah. Look, just jump to and skip this thing. I want to get to ISAT. They must continue universal access to healthcare for all Jamaicans and extend services to include more preventive, diagnostic, and specialist services. We know that's not true. No, me not for ask ISAT that. Me not for ask Jamaics that. Me and Kevin they are foreign. That are not true. That is not true. So people, you see what we are going through. We're not talking about the 100 days thing with the video now. This is something where them putting at them 2016 manifesto was supposed to happen. And it happened since 2016. I could just quickly jump to this thing. Here's another one. They will recruit workers from overseas in order to complement the local workforce. Nobody from overseas now come work for $15,000 a week. We know that. So, and whoever can do that and come here, we don't know one of them.
No, but you realize majority of the workers at the rebuilding of the corner of regional hospital are outside workers too.
How much am I pay them?
They do it well. All I'm saying is if they ever achieve something and trying to do it is to replace the Jamaican labor force with foreign people. I mean, they're even importing ice the way they love foreign. Even the ice comes from foreign.
Define foreign.
No, people. One of the complaints I've heard is that the hospitals they don't have the proper equipment to diagnose you, like them say ultrasound and this machine and machine for EKG and all them stuff. They don't have it, and them say what they do is they realize that the government has outsourced it, and so. Don't think it now cost no. Somehow know what a lot of you who need them services. You know it costs and it's not free. And what the government do is them outsource it so the government don't them say, yeah, you will have access to it. It's not the same thing as the government is going to provide it. And here's it is right here. They've divested. The divestment of various support services such as housekeeping, laundry service, ground and building maintenance, and catering will be pursued. Look at the last sentence. Big it up here. Specialist services in hospitals such as the lab facilities, ultrasound, radiotherapy, and the radiology unit will also be divested. So what that means is that yes, you have access to it, but not what we not give to, no. We not forgot to go speak. So when them say universal health care and you will see a doctor and all of this stuff, it don't mean that, people. It don't mean that. Don't let them fool, no. This is 2016. Just remember that this is 2016. Housing, we never touch that because I peer like them tell about this. So look at see what else they are, where they're talking about. Nice picture. Oh, them go through the candidates, them right there. So some of them get rid of them already. Them get okay. They want to see them. Oh, all right. We get back to water. So look at them say no. Tell me if this happen. Them a bill new water treatment plants and the deep water drilling in the hills and bringing water from the north coast to the south coast. I just want the Prime Minister to know, so me have some people that will look work, you know, some of my family members, them, and if we know about this, please let me know so we can have them apply, because they're hard-working people, and if you're going to do them things and you're going to pay them a decent salary, they will do it. But we don't know about this. We don't know about new water treatment plants and deep water drilling. I don't know anything about that. Then here's another one. They will increase the percentage of rural homes with access to potable water from 60 to 85%. First of all, who said they are 60? And the moment to 85, and in the urban areas it will go up to 95. And
but Mr. Rattigan, I just want to let you know that the Water Commission is charging whether or not you get water in the pipe. The bill is coming because they have those expensive bills that's printed, and you get it. Certainly the biggest cry in Portland Eastern now is that they don't have water. So the irony is that there has been some improvement in the water, but there's no 60%, much less to take it to 85%. And we do have a water problem. So that is a lie.
Look at this one here.
I want to tell you about the small change that they did with their slogan. Remember, we grew up with the slogan, water is life. NWC now tell you that they're serving you in so many ways. So I'm asking, is water not life anymore? It is for the rich and famous?
Well, that's how they start out this water section, so water is life.
Not anymore. Trust me, if you go on the website of NWC, it will tell you, serving you in so many ways. But you make sure you have your money.
Okay. Here's another promise that they're going to establish an aerospace college at Burnham Field. And then we're going to train Jamaicans and internationals to deal with the growing demand for air crew and technicians. Because China are going to need 20,000 pilots in the next 10 years. I never hear about this aerospace college. Because we have some relatives who that really love to really get involved in this thing. And they might look working on Mr. Prime Minister. So if you can make one know when this thing I got, I can make my family members them know and people in them communities so them can show up because they really want a job. Here's another one. They might reserve land space to accommodate future establishment of an aerodrome at Duck Field. I don't see nothing about that. I don't see nothing about. Then they complete Ian Fleming Airport. They did. At what expense? At what expense? It's running at a loss. It's running at a loss. I know something curiously and interestingly. There's a Sandals development not too far from this airport. So connect the dots.
So how is that a loss?
It run at a loss because they don't have enough passengers and they spend so much money for widening the runway. And oh, by the way, that is the same airport, you know, where they have this drug find, the big drug find, and them don't know who bring the bag of drugs, the duffel bags, plural, of drugs, and yet still secure report that offer them free the technology so that them could see who are come, who are go, who left bags, and them say we don't want it. So people just connect the dots. Look on that one here. Isaac just mentioned about electric bill are come. How electric bill for come? A big printed electric bill. How that for come when we are conserve and we have energy efficiency and we are diversify and we are modernize the whole thing. The Prime Minister tell me this, you know. See it right there, so we're going to modernize things and diversify. Where I start to talk about. And we are going to reduce it, electricity consumption through an energy efficiency program. And then we're going to reduce it within 5-year period. And then we'll encourage the most efficient type of electricity generation. I said, where are you tell life on the people, them, man? Them not about
water.
Eh?
I said that about water bill.
Water bill?
Yeah,
Well, we should not get the water bill. We should not get the water bill, you know, because still the thing. So we are get hope for distribute liquid natural gas. Me don't understand what going on. I think ISAT, I don't know if ISAT has the thing through a different side kind of lens, but the things that ISAT has said, them not jive with all the man them say them all do the things. Them say them all deal with, look at this. committed to increase public education and heighten national awareness where environmental best practices are concerned. We must lift the profile of our campaign for good and responsible management of our environment. So if that is the case, what happened with the Rio Cobre?
And also the Maroons in the cockpit country.
Yeah, with the mining. Mr. Prime Minister, you know what's going on here, sir? Oh, I said
you have to remember when these things don't happen in the first 100 days, it falls by the way. So you're reading an expired document.
Okay, understand.
Oh, all right. I'm reading an expired document. All right, hold on a second. Well, let's keep all of them things out. We have more pandis now. Whole heap of things left pandis where we need to talk about. But I said we are reading an expired document. So here's what. That was 2016. So the Prime Minister now, him win by the election must be by one vote, one member, right? One MP, then win it by. And him said, listen, I want to give you a chance that we are going to we are going to come good power promises them in the people. So here's what happened now. In a pandemic, we are going to call an election. Yeah, man, we'll call election. Even though people are dead and get sick, we'll call election. We're Jamaicans. We're
1 year before it was due constitutionally.
Yeah, which is allowed to do. And he said, we're resilient. Forget about COVID. COVID doesn't affect Jamaicans. We have Busy and we have Cersei and we have Willie Command them in St. Thomas and Clarendon. Some of them are related to some of them too. So he said, no, man, them man, they can't deal with the thing. Them man, they are a scientists, we call them. And they're scientists. So here's what them know. So I said it was an old thing, 2016. Boom! I could look on 2020 and say, can we know them now go try fool with 2020? You know what I'm saying? No. We are going to skip all them fancy thing them right there, so. And we could go back now. Look, bossy. Ciao.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah. Hey, one son of
not young again like that.
Well, you know, the pressure of the job, brother. So,
tell me out, Mr. Rattigan. 2016 was the prosperity or is 2020? Which one of them?
Both of them.
Still loaded.
Oh, it's prosperity 2.0.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
Just
2016 was looking forward.
2016 was that?
Looking forward.
No, you know what? No, Jamaica, you know had a discussion about agro parks and things like that. The man say, right, so say he might do all of them things, he must set aside land, he might go do agro park, but we don't want to touch it. We want to touch some of the things we touching in 2016. Like water, we want to go back, and health. No, watch now. You see the one of people? Watch right here now. See the trick here now. Trick here. We will provide high quality diagnostic service through public-private partnerships. That's when them friend them have the machine in them private practice, you know. That's what that means, you know? And then refer you to them friend, you know. You know, get it at the hospital. The one at the hospital got broke down. It got broke down. When it's your turn, it got broke down. Trust me. When it got broke, and the most said, listen, it's not working, but guess what? If you go down the street down there, so there's one
radiology.
Yes.
Yeah,
right?
Go to Ochi.
Yes. So let me go to the water one because you know you know say my boy him do all of them things that him say I do the water, you know. Education. Oh, by the way, hold on there man. What Patrick, me know you watch me when you say hold on there, just lick me and say yeah, your wife I did with laugh now when you say Ratty say if him say hold on there, that means that something now go on, you know. Hey, why we are dealing with tablets? Why we have a tablet drive? I said we shouldn't have a tablet drive. Look at the first bullet point, closing the digital divide. Him said them procure over 100,000. And that is just a start. We will continue to expand the tablets in schools initiative, starting with procuring over 100,000 for teachers and students, and then building beyond that number. So why you have a tablet drive? Me don't understand that.
I have a tablet drive because the people of Portland Eastern, they don't have the tablets.
No, sir.
And in a school which is heavily populated, they have 5, sometimes 10 tablets that they have to, like the Kindle that they use in the classrooms. But I'm telling you, if you want to close the digital device, the tablets need to be in the homes and the tablets need to be in the schools. That is what the tablet drive is for. Those things look nice and dandy, but I keep saying it. Why is it that after going through a pandemic and preparing for a digital infrastructure in terms of learning, why is that not done 4 years later, post COVID? We should not be having this conversation. But once again, 100 days did expire, and you're reading an expired document.
So 100 days expire, and 100 tablets. We don't have no accountability for 100,000 tablets. See, there no people. I don't make it up. No, for I them put this inside. And remember now, when you put things on paper and you think it through, especially a document like this, you think it through. So what I'm saying now, if you read this, what you're saying is, shame on you, ISAT. You should not be doing any tablet drive because we gone over 100,000 and we are providing everybody with a tablet. So maybe you will get a tablet and I sell them. Maybe that you are do. But
it's
we
contrary.
are.
It's in contrary to what the established Honorable Prime Minister had outlined in his document to say that the tablets are there. But unfortunately, we have Isaac here talking about a tablet drive. Are you being honest, Mr.?
No, here's why Isaac is correct. Because if you, again, people, it's all about critical thinking and connecting dots around here. If you go to the JAMP, the JAMP report, which cascades from the Auditor General's report, you will find in there where them tell you, say, tablets cannot be accounted for.
Oh. So Isaac, right there.
Yeah, so I just jive with Isaac, but seriously, things are missing. And we're going to do a program on that because one of them tell me that the tablets are not missing and them can account for them because then they have to go show away. They have to go show away. By the way, did they abolish the shift system in public schools?
In some schools.
But not in all schools, right?
No.
Okay.
Remember, they had an incompetent minister at the time.
All right. They said they're going to develop 6 science-focused high schools. Do you know those 6 schools?
No, that didn't happen.
And they said they're going to develop a performing art school, focused high school that prepares students for careers in the performing arts. No,
it remains the performing art mecca.
All right.
But note again that these are all goodies and empty promises. So all they have to do is come up with nice ideas to excite the base, and people think that nice things are happening. But we're still waiting. Can you sleep with your windows and doors open? That's the big one.
No.
Mr. Rattigan. I don't understand why you say you're going to go into the 2020 next week and you have ice at your tie out, why you bleach out the man?
Yeah, true. Let me just get to the water one then, because we talk about that. You're right. Hey, boss, man. Hold on a second.
So you have no beautiful speaking, but you have beautiful writing.
Yeah. With the water thing, we just get to the water and then we don't want to tie out ISAT. You know what I'm saying? By the way, ISAT, you and your father, I'm having on in the middle of the month, Me and Kevin are having on for go through some music thing and we are going to promote something. So just talk to him and make sure say everything nice. All right. Say all the we never want to
will.
Eh?
Consider it done.
Just tell me the date.
All right, no problem. Where's the water one, man? Manufacturing. We don't have no manufacturing. That's a joke. Tourism. The money not in Jamaica. The beaches are in Jamaica and the sunshine, but the money is not in Jamaica. Put water on the back, because I know some not complete the water thing, so put it on the back. If I like, We can't make them people see that kind of go beat me, you know. And people don't say, me I read the thing, you know, can see how me highlight and thing, you know. Hold on there.
Boy, if him did know, say a Wilfred Rattigan exists, he wouldn't do all them things.
I tell you, man, me up late at night and I read them thing, you know. Kevin, what the water there, Kevin?
It run out.
No, man. I did? No.
No.
Electricity.
After this.
That do reverse osmosis in a radiate.
You mentioned that. Air pollution and air management. This man, I know why we say the water thing, you know. Same put the water thing, physical planning, climate change. What the water there? Disaster response. So we don't have none of that because Beryl showed that. So we don't have none of that.
Building a digital Jamaica again.
What this man do?
Go digital.
Make it smaller so it can move faster.
Science. And when they say science, we say science. I don't know who we are talking.
About the science there, because no science here.
Science. Kevin, what water there? Entertainment. I'm pass it.
No entertainment there either. Only Vibes Cartel was able to remind Jamaica what entertainment is. And we saw that Babsy Grange the Honorable Babsy Grange had made herself present for a photo or a video, because you have to look good for the media. Instagram turn up later.
Oh, Kevin, talk to me, man. Give me a signal. What the water there, brother?
And I mean, you write the thing.
Never help them write it. Youth, local government. Local government. Infrastructure. What is? House. Water. See, you so far the man put the water though. The man put it down on the back, you know. See it now? All right. Listen to this. More. It's got to happen already. Rainwater harvesting capacity. And schools will benefit from this. And I'm going to ensure that rural spaces and places have access to water for life and livelihoods. Right? And them have catchment tanks and all this by 2030. Now, how many of you knew that Jamaica have a desalination plant? How many people know about this? And the purpose of this is the desal. I see it in the Middle East. It's in the Middle East a lot. Because what them do is take seawater and convert it to drinking water. Right? Now a plant will just take the salt out, that minerals and all that stuff. So it's pure water. Jamaica have one, you know.
Where?
Yeah, man. See just
no. What's the location? Can you pin it?
See that, brother. See that. Wait.
Desalination. The location is?
Yeah, man. It's Ferris Springs at Moses Lake. I don't know which part that there. If I Middle East that there, Moses Lake. I don't know. But see that, it's a development of desalination plants, plural.
It's a Ferris Spring?
There it is, up to from the brackish Ferris Springs at Moses Lake. That's one of them. Let me say more specifically. So we want to know where are the rest of these plants? Where are the other plants? Where are they? I don't know where them there. Then we have sewage and wastewater. I think sewage.
No, I don't pass the flood water management because I like that one.
Okay.
I like the water security guard implementation. Because all they did was to monitor the system to reduce the risk of loss and life. So in the rain falling and the place is being flooded, you just monitor it.
That's it?
I like that one. They're very good at that.
Stand on a dry hill and watch what go on. That's how you monitor it? Or has it been monitored, Isaac?
Wastewater treatment plants.
The same way if you're a security guard in a bank and you're getting robbed, you tell the people we're getting robbed. You just monitor and let them know that it's happening. It's not like you can't stop it.
Where is it? Where is it? Where are the desal plants though, ISAT? I need somebody to tell me that. The Prairie Springs at Moses Lake. Where is Moses Lake? Is that on the coast? Because that's where you'd have your desal plants. You have the desal plants on the coast, so the seawater is right there, and then you just convert it right there. I don't know if you'd have I've never heard of a desal plant in the middle of our country. Never heard of it. But
it kind of makes sense to have brackish water though. If the source is brackish.
Moses Lake is a lake in Washington State, not Jamaica. You hear?
What?
you know, say.
Hold on a second. No, man, you're joking. We mean Moses Lake is a lake. No, man. Yeah. I said, come on, no. No. I don't think my government would do something like that.
No,
I think Jamaica, nice Jamaican government. That's a Moses Lake is where?
Man, say Washington State.
Hold on there. Moses Lake, Jamaica.
Check your search engine again, because that can't right. People have no behavior. Mr. Rattigan, you're giving ISAT 9 minutes?
Yeah, ISAT. Let me move this. But we're still looking for Moses Lake.
The search engine so that they can I type specifically Moses Lakes in Jamaica. The search
next week we're going to go check.
The search engine say it can't find it.
I look at it and I say, I say Jamaica Bay. I don't say Moses Lake. I'm sure, no man, there has to be, there must be a Moses Lake in Jamaica.
Let's ask Beanie Man.
There's a real estate place. One real estate listing for sale in Moses Lake.
Must know.
No, here it is right there. There's a Moses Lake, man.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a Moses Lake. Yeah, there's a Moses Lake. But why would you have a desal plant? And why would you have a desal plant in a place where you have houses being sold for $644,000 US?
Which location is the Moses Lake?
It's a listing for sale in Moses Lake. No, I said right. It's in Washington.
Okay. Because I'm telling you that the search engine told me there's no Moses Lake in Jamaica.
All right. Well, I said you have 8 minutes. Go ahead, brethren. Talk about the drive and how we can help and all this stuff and what's going on with you.
Oh, I mean the drive. We talk about Happy New Year, everybody. The tablet drive is a continuing drive. We're gonna have an essay competition with the kids kicking off when school reopens next week. But notwithstanding, I've managed to give away 200 tablets so far. Between the shows, your show, Mystic, Andre Stevens, my show, just across the platforms, Mystic Sensation and others. Across the platforms, so far, we're up to an additional, looks like it's going to fall to be an additional 200 tablets. So we are ongoing. What persons in DIASPORA have been doing is that if they don't pay directly to Geotech, they simply send the money to the GoFundMe account and they indicate that the money is to be used for the purchase of tablets, and then we go ahead and do that. So the tablet drive is picking up. I must thank you guys so far for providing the tablets. Maria specifically and yourself, who decided that you want the tablets for the high school students, and you have the keyboard and the mouse and the pen. It's a different type of tablet, but the tablets cost in Jamaica roughly $95 US. It comes directly to us in case, and if you buy one, you get one free from the Geotech. We are working with Geotech because it's the best offer, and it's much more convenient if it comes that way because we want to clear it and all of that. So the information, you can contact me or Ishmael on our relevant platforms. Instagram, my phone number 832-2205, area code 876. And we're just going to continue with the tablets and ensure that all the kids in Portland Eastern have access to a tablet, because no, notwithstanding what was said in the expired manifesto of 100,000 tablets across Jamaica, if you break it down and you look at the population density, you really have to take it parish by parish. As I'm doing the tablet drive, you have to realize that it's every child who needs to have the tablet. It's a necessity like a toothbrush. You hear Jamaica say, if you don't brush your teeth, it go get yellow. Well, if you don't have the electronic device, you are having a serious learning deficiency. I've had conversations with persons that says chalkboard and chalk and blackboard is the way to go when it comes to education. And I disagree. The children are way more advanced. Ironically, you have persons, children know you guys on this platform a lot more than them parents, because they're using the YouTube and they're getting access to the information. That is what we need. So the tablet drive is continuing. It is not a political, it's not a part of the political campaign, but it is a necessity identified. And so collectively, it doesn't matter whether you're a PNP or a GLP, children are not party affiliated at this level. They can't even vote. So we're giving them the tools that they need so they can be productive and they can dream big when it comes to education. We have to close the deficit so that Kevin won't say a child comes to the United States and dunce. Because certainly in my time before Jamaica born, kids when you left Jamaica as the duncest child in a class in Jamaica, and you touch America, you can go college instantly. No, they're telling you must come home from school and rub out your hand middle and rum and boom and these things. So no, we need to get back to a place where intelligence and competencies are natural, second nature. And I have no comment on whether people need to speak the Queen's English. They just need to have critical thinking and you be yourself in terms of your expression. And that's certainly what I knew Jamaica was. I know they say PEP is the best, but common entrance works for me. Mental ability, critical thinking was a part of the curriculum. And when we went to high school, you keep up and you had to learn like osmosis. So now the technology is there. I cannot fathom how we expect children to advance in a technological world.
I said.
I'm not understand.
Let me stop you quick.
So that's it.
Let me just tell the people, bring the likes to 1,000, please, please. Lyris, I beg on you, me, I beg on everybody, I beg on you. Bring the likes to 1,000. I said freedom as a suggestion. She said, can people who might not be able to purchase a tablet, can they make small donations that when combined, you can buy some tablets? So
yeah, and that's the thing. How I look at it, because what persons have been doing is they just send what they can to the GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm.
I think last week we were trying the Cash App, and Kishendo had sent his Cash App or Zelle or something like that. You do what you can because it add up. If 5 persons send $20, that's a tablet.
All right. And let me
so
just tell
if you donate to the GoFundMe and it adds up, when you're doing the donation, put tablet beside it, and when it accumulates, it's a tablet. Geotech, sometimes they'll just give me 20 tablets.
All right.
Because it's coming into them and they'll just give me at a time. Thank you.
Let me stop right there, because Kevin not front. But one more thing, Christopher Campbell say if him pay for 10, him get 20. Chris, give 20. Just
That's
buy the
correct.
20 you go buy. Yeah, but get the 20. Christopher don't buy 20. So Christopher, just buy the 20.
Right.
So then get it fast. Please, just buy the 20. Me and you will talk, Christopher. Christopher, call me in about
But
15 minutes.
Christopher said the last time he's donating 20. If Christopher donates 20, that puts us in a position to have 40.
All right,
And that's 40 boys and 40 girls.
Yeah, Christopher, come in 15 minutes. Kevin, we have to go now because Kevin start right now. So listen, people, move over and listen to Kevin. What the stew pot, the red pea soup, stew, whatever. In any event, Kevin is on. So people, catch me later on midnight to 2. Just come relax with the Rebel. We'll play some rock steady. I know Jamaica, if you know what that means, you should tune in. It's part of your heritage, part of your culture. Isaac, I'll talk to you later. Everyone, bless up.
All right, bless you.
All right.